Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is 2024. It is November the 10th, 2024 on the ancient moon calendar, 2025 on the ancient sun calendar, and 2024 on the ancient civic calendar. Some call it the Greco-Roman calendar. Some call it the Gregorian calendar. All calendars and all time belong to us. It is 10,066 on the Yoruba, ancient Yoruba calendar, and then millions and trillions of years on the ancient Moorish calendar, Islam. All rights stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress and in accordance with the law as well. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, Universal Court Action. We are the sovereign living justices and Egglesum, Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Theory Bay. All are in capitis diminution nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, natural, living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco, which is the Moroccan Empire. We are the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We're ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today we are the law, and every day we are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our divine sovereign ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war, and we demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc-pro-tunc. So again, for those who were not present initially when we made the statement about our flags, normally we have our flags behind us, but we are having we have a flag that's on its way to us, another flag that's on its way to us. So we are upgrading the poles so that because we have an elevation in who we are. So we're preparing to present that elevation in who we are on our land. It just means we passed another test, and it's time to ensure that we are competent at heraldry where our flags are concerned. So the flag will be back with us, and ultimately we are the flag. We're the sign, the signal, the symbol for the living and for who we are and for our nation. With that being stated, we will to discuss this past week's gauge, because this past week was a gauge It was a gauge to determine, or not to determine because we make all the determinations, but to have a look and see how many of us are awake. That's what this week was about. November 5th in particular. November 5th was a time for the whole world to see how many of the Moors are awake. How many of them are awake, aware, competent, and know what's going on. That's what this week was about. We knew, and we know that our numbers are far greater than it would seem. But we know that that it's not an enemy, because that's not even the right word. We know that the energies is the word that I was looking for. The energies, the lower energies, they don't want us to know that there's so many of us who are awake. But this week told the tale. So let's explain and express how this week told the tale. So this week there was an enactment of an election on what is called Guy Fawkes Day, November 5th, which ironically happens to be the day that we enacted matrimony in the previous era, some 30 or more years ago. This week there was an enacted election, and the ancestors said, don't ignore it, because our temptation is to stay focused on our work. But they said, don't ignore it, just look, so we can tell you what you're really looking at, so that we can interpret for you what you're seeing. Because we've learned not to even look at the funny mirror if it doesn't profit us, but we can always learn from what we see. So this week, the enacted election that did not take place because it wasn't real, but we'll prove that right now. So in previous enactments, there used to be almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in the funny mirror, enactments of election coverage by the media. But we're covering it today. We covered it then, we're going to cover it now. Islam. Just a moment. So this is what we saw. We saw no, quote unquote, extensive coverage by those that were previously pretending to be media, which in reality those are Babylonian subjects at that. Normally they would be going from quote unquote city to city, showing these long lines of voters, quote unquote, waiting in line to vote. There was none of that this time. None of that this time. None. They couldn't even fake that. And it's a funny mirror. There was no enactment of election ballot counting days afterwards due to high numbers of absentee and mail-in ballots. There was none of that. None of that. There were no machine voting errors, quote unquote, enacted. No interviews from poll watchers nor any other employee actors. No interviewing, quote unquote, immigrant actors about ID cards used to vote, etc. No mail ballot mishaps on that day of November 5th. Supposedly all of that just went away. Supposedly all of the absentee ballot errors went away. No more news coverage about burnt ballot boxes and large quantities of ballots dumped on the side of the road or dumped in the woods. None of that. And it was an immediate enactment of a drop in interest rates, signaling a significant drop in participation in the fraud. So this is what we saw this week. What we saw was proof that there are so many more of us that have chosen specifically and consciously not to participate in the fraud, but to wake up and be ourselves, because this Congress and many other Moors have been voting at our own nation and regarding our own events and things. And so we can rejoice because that was here, even quote unquote local news media used to be out and about showing long lines, and things like that. There was none of that. And for that, we're grateful. It told us that there are way far more of us awake than there are asleep. And for that, we're grateful. Our ancestors know what they're doing through us. They told us just look and then see. First look and then see. And so we're able to see all that was happening in that. This is a clear indication, again, that many, many, many of us are waking up. This means that our nation is growing each and every day earth-wide. That thing that was doing business as a U.S. construct was not made for us. It was not made for us. Not for us to be in it and doing things, because it is Babylonian, okay? It was not made for the natural living people. The purpose of that thing was to show us what not to do with our own sovereign power and authority. That's what it was for. We can restate all processes at our will and use them for our own vast estate. Okay? So that is what we were looking at. Just a moment. There is let me just fix this particular, just a moment. One moment. We just will to ensure. Islam. So we're just grateful to our ancestors for showing us all that we willed to see, and for that we're grateful. So even though we're rejoicing about those that gauge and those results, we know that we still have a lot of work to do. So, people are waking up. They just have to have a place to go. And when I say a place to go, I mean processes in place that will protect them as they continue waking up. And that is what our ancestors sent us ahead for, to put the processes in place so that as the people wake up, they don't have to guess about what they should do. They will know what to do because the way has already been made for them. So our Grand Sheik Taj is a prime example because first we send our highest honors to him. We love him so much. And I think I'm sure he knows that. He is a prime example of what waiting for the manifestation to happen looks like. Okay. he went many years without a driver license and without using that thing called a social security card and all of that. He went a long time without using those things when he could have been using them. Okay, but it would have been against everything that we all stand for. And so as he was waiting, and many other Moors were waiting for remedy to come, they sacrificed for us so that by the time we got here, we could provide the remedy, and it be uncorrupted remedy. What do I mean by uncorrupted remedy? Uncorrupted remedy is remedy that is not corrupted by fiat or by the ships don't have holes in them. There's no way for fakeness and falsehood to come in. Why? Because from start to finish, from declaring nationality all the way up to perpetuity, into perpetuity, our processes and the things that we said and done is not touched by the fraud. Not touched by fraud. So that brings us to this part. What is a ballot in the first place? Because see, a lot of people, they don't realize what a ballot really is. Speaking of the fraud there and the truth over here. We looked up the word ballot. And a ballot, as in a voting ballot, something that you place in the box to say yay or nay. A ballot is a little ball, and so is a bullet. A ballot is a little ball. Back when bullets were first made, they were a little black ball that you put into the Gatling gun or whatever gun that you're using, and you stuff it down in there with the gunpowder, on top of the gunpowder, and then when you fire it, a spark hits that gunpowder and causes that bullet to fly out and harm others. In the Moorish Latin language, and everyone is aware of this already, vowels are interchangeable. Vowels are interchangeable. So ballot and bullet are the same word by definition. So originally, it was a ball used in voting. Ballots were usually of two colors, black and white. Black and white. The former, which is the white one, being used for an affirmative, and the latter, which is the black one, for a negative vote. What is that saying? Everybody that thinks that they are black, your vote don't even count. It's negative. Not just no, it's negative. That means debtor status. That's what a negative sign is. It's a minus sign for negative status. A printed or written ticket, paper, etc., by which a vote is registered. So again, it's always going to be paper when you're talking about either the frauds or the remedy. The frauds or the remedy. The act or method of voting, because see, either you're acting like you're voting or you're actually doing the methodology of voting. especially secret voting by the use of ballots or voting machines. The entire number of votes cast at an election. A list of people running for office, a ticket. So if a ballot is a ticket and someone pulls you over and hands you a ticket, the way that you rebut that ticket is not by being black. Not by being black. That's not how you rebut a ticket. Not by babbling back to them. And then it says a list of people running for office, when in reality that, well, for it, let me say it this way. In the funny mirror, it's persons running for office. Those are persons, dead persons running for office. For our nation, it is people, but we have not decided, and it's not even a matter of deciding, we have decided to vote on issues and not on people, because we are all the president already. We're all the governors, and we're all of that. Every gubernatorial or presidential or any other mayoral responsibility, treasurer, and all of that, those responsibilities belong to each and every one of us, because we all have estates, and together all of our estates is the whole universe. It's the earth, the estate. Ballot, a vote, or to vote for or against by ballot, to choose or elect by ballot. So you really do choose or elect by ballot. If you put a ballot in for in a fake corporation, then you're actually literally choosing Babylon. No matter what, that's why it doesn't matter, quote unquote, what you vote for. Doesn't matter. It's still Babylon, all of it. So, but I found this other derivative of the word ballot to be even more just eye-opening, really. This word, ballotment. Ballotment. What is a ballotment? It means to toss. A method of determining pregnancy. We could just stop right there with that one. To toss. A method of determining pregnancy. By pushing against the uterus with the finger, either through the abdominal wall, which is, a wall is a ballotment. You see right there, it says the abdominal wall, and in parentheses it has abdominal ballotment, or through the vagina, so as to feel the impact of the embryo if there is one. And by your ballot, you determine whether to abort or give birth. Ballots, ballotment, and voting is about the matriarch. And that's why we're so excited about what what we see, what has been gauged and measured this week. That means the matriarchs are doing what they are supposed to be doing, which is, hey, everyone, wake up. You're not Negro, Black, colored and African American, you are Moors. Thus, the birth of a nation. The nation. We were literally born. And again, we've been here since time immemorial. We just keep, like they say, we don't die, we multiply. So even the ballot and the voting is still about the matriarch and about her son whom she birthed. Still about that. So now we're saying, okay, we know who we are. And this week we got to see just how many of us know that that thing ain't real. And I will say this, there are a couple of personal testaments that we have from those who, some of our clan who are not, they're trying, you can see them stirring in their sleep, but they're still kind of sleep, still way sleep. Now, I can't say way sleep, but they went to the polls to vote, and it just was not the same for them. They noticed that there were no crowds. It wasn't what they thought it was going to be. And even one that we spoke to yesterday, who had, they saw this black man that was running for president, and I'm putting that in the biggest quotes you could ever imagine. And they said, okay, I'm going to be a poll worker because we're going to get her in there. And they said out of their own mouth that 2 weeks before the enactment of an election, 2 weeks before, they don't realize that this is what happened, but this is what happened. Energetically, the ancestors took the energy completely out of what they were doing. And their words were, 2 weeks before, I just lost enthusiasm. I just did not want to work the polls. I thought to myself, that's awesome. That's awesome. We listen to them. We listen to them speak because we know what we're hearing. It's time for them to wake up and know that the acting is over. The experiment is over. We're here. We're awake. We have great plans for this earth. Great plans. Great plans. Allah is the best of all planners. So now, as they wake up, they're going to be tested by things. A lot of the same things we were tested with, driver's licenses, being pulled over, so on and so forth. But they have remedy, and it's remedy that we all created, and that's why I'm so excited about us. Because as they wake up, they don't have to wonder about what to do. All they have to do is stand and be themselves and know that everything that is created by them, us, all of us, is what we use, period. We control everything we create and use. And therein comes the processes. So last Sunday, or not last Sunday, but the previous Sunday, this previous Sunday that just before the Sunday before this one, we mentioned in at our Congress to appreciate our great Sheik Taj that we were going to talk about and show the process for our driver licenses, what they look like, how we do them, and then putting them on the public record so that the public record records everything, because our public record records everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. So this is what our driver's license looks like. Now, depending on, and this photo is not that clear. I will admit that it's not that clear. The smaller you make it, the clearer it gets, but I really don't want it to be that small. But this process, and excuse this PDF, it just is not that clear. However, we will that you see the card. So a driver license, now this is the driver's license that we have, that we use to travel domestically with, okay? And when we say domestically, we mean on the land, in the air, at sea, in the ocean, at land, though. Anything domestic. If we were to take a domestic cruise here or something of that nature, we would use this. If we're going internationally, we use this and our nationality card, but we keep them both on us at all times anyway. So we didn't just make up something and say that because we're the heirs, we'll just make up a driver's license and everybody has to honor it. We didn't do that. We didn't do that. What we did do was state that we are competent heirs, and then we looked at the Real ID Act, quote unquote, and then we restated it. And we said, okay, these are the things that the Real ID Act said. So let's pick some things from it that are relevant and then create a driver license by the presented by the and issued by the travel ministry. So we're still traveling. And then we said we'll make it match the law that we have put where the Real ID law is concerned. So one of the issues, and you all can do the research on the Real ID law, and go out there and Google the Real ID Act, if you will. But we put the law on the public record. In the upper right corner, 1 5-pointed star for no matter what state, 1 5-pointed star in the upper right corner. That's the Real ID law. And then a driver license must state the state, which is Washington for us. It must have a number that the system recognizes, and the system recognizes this number because we restated the number of the enacted driver license. And then it must have an address. It must have, the date of birth, the birth date, the height, the weight, the eyes, the hair color, the color for the hair. And I recently changed the color of my hair to onyx instead of black. I chose onyx because onyx is that dark color. It must have a signature. It must have a reissue or renewal date. So because we are at Washington territory, we put the Washington flag here. This here. Just one moment. But so if you're at New Jersey, you would restate the New Jersey flag, because New Jersey is really New Jerusalem. New Jersey, you would restate the flag, add some red to it, or put life in the face. Well, you wouldn't have a face on your flag, but restate the flag, have it look similar to the enacted New Jersey flag, but be different in one way. Like maybe it will have a small red 5-pointed star in the upper right corner of the flag even, or however you choose to do it. We put the living original indigenous George Washington on our state flag for Washington. Okay. And then he's not black and white, he's brown on the flag. And then put our commercial flag here, because the travel ministry that issues the driver license, that is the commercial arm of the travel ministry. There is a governmental arm of the travel ministry that issues travel documents, such as a travel card. Some prefer a travel card. But if you're going to do commerce on the land, a driver license is in order. That means if you are going to be going to the store instead of catching your food out on the land, if you're going to be participating in commerce, then a driver license is necessary. Okay. There are some Moors who've decided to go and live out in the middle of the woods and build their dominions there. That's fine, but see, here's the thing even about that. There has to be proof on the record of who owns the land so that there's no war. In case people stop getting along out there, there has to be a way to know who has the authority over the land. And we will never leave those mandates blank. This government has already put title on the public record, and those who have done things where land is concerned, just show your documentation. Show your documentation, and then the system will do what the system does. We will assist the nations in transporting their documentation so that the system recognizes their documentation, because that's where the Moorish movement had stalled for a while, had slowed and stalled for a while, because people were using nationality cards and thinking that they can go and do commerce and drive with a nationality card, when that is the system must know, because we're the ones who put the system in place. We did that. Our ancestors meant for us to be specific about the difference between commerce and just being on the land, those who are just on the land, okay? And so they have sent us to ensure that the system is being used for that reason. Yes, we have all of the nationality identification, we have the travel card, we're grateful for all of that. It is necessary because that's the foundation for these driver license and things. So that's the front of the driver license, and then on the reverse, not reverse, the obverse of the driver's license, or the inverse, It does state do not detain due to our status. And who are we talking to when we say do not detain? We're talking to everybody. That means don't slow us down, because you can't. You can't really. Constitution for the United States, 1789, 1791, and 1954, subject and expatriation law. Subject and expatriation law is there so that all subjects know, yes, all subjects know, do not detain. This is not the previous thing, okay? This is not an enactment. I'm not an actor. This is real. That's what that's for. This driver license is federal property. United States Creditor Treasury Bond number 2025923, and there is a 0 in front of that bond number on the foundational bond, or an ought rather. Ought 25923. Okay. And the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry, Washington District for Columbia, 911 Southwest 314th Place. And again, as you are creating and coining your driver licenses, because you can do these yourself, your mailing location should go here for the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry, because that is who you are as well. Okay? We are all the Travel and Transportation Ministry. And then for those who will to use this mailing location for your documentation, you can do that as well, Islam. Now, this state security card, this is the state security number, the SSN, as it were. Some used to call it that. We have leaned the fraudulent ability to create and use anything that has to do with us. And so now, once we do that, once we do this, we just put it on the public record. Now, I will say this about this card right here. The Spirit has been saying or stating to us that we can put this card and have it be not in all capital letters. Okay. So the way that we would do that, to create a new card, is here. Let's copy this. And then what we'll do, and we can do this right here on the screen. Here. Copy. We could make another one. Just one moment. What we'll do is here. And again, this is how we make our documentation and things like that. We just let the Spirit lead us on how to do it. So what we'll do here is we'll take this out. And then we'll put in let's put in this is what we should have been doing the whole time anyway, is stating our own documentation and everything. So here, let's and hopefully, yeah, you all can see this. And then what we'll do is let's try that again. There. And then what I'll do is just print this out and add and put it into the card. Yes, I am showing my screen. Can you all see this on the screen? Just a moment. Yeah, it's just a moment. Okay, good. Thank you for that, Empress. Great. You can see it. So this is what we do with the state security number, and then this is what the card will look like. Okay, so we're doing it in capitis diminutio minima instead of in all capital letters, and then we'll just print it out. And here, let's make that a little smaller. And then this is what it looks like. And so if anyone is asking for a quote unquote social security number and all of that, those things, this is what we give them. But see, generally people don't ask us for things like that, only because we send ahead everything that's necessary. They're going to have it before they even see our face. Okay. So that is the state security card, and the word state security can be decapitalized as well. Just one moment. So, are there any questions, comments, wisdom regarding these two documents? Just one moment.
There are dozens of different potential meanings that can be.
Are there any questions, comments, wisdom?
Islam.
About Islam, Empress.
Islam, greetings. Well, what is that red number that was beneath the sovereign security number? It was a red
That's the number.
That's
the number from that's on the back.
That's the number from
Back of what?
The back of a social security card.
Okay.
But it's restated. Islam.
All right, cool.
Islam, Empress.
Islam, nobility.
It's always a pleasure to see you.
Islam.
We're thankful for your wisdom. We appreciate you.
Islam.
I have a question there, but before I ask the question, before I ask the question, can I ask you, did you get any information on our Grand Sheik, how he's coming along?
I don't have anything other than what was stated, what we stated last week, and then the update that was given on Tuesday. I don't have anything further, but I can say this: all is well. All is well. All is well in the spirit realm, because in the spirit realm is the spirit realm.
Yes, indeed it is. Yeah, it is the highest.
And we're going to continue to emphasize that and to send our love and our healing vibrations to him, so that he can continue healing and getting well, and going in whichever direction he chooses to go in.
Indeed.
Islam.
You know, as I heard the Empress just ask a question that I was concerned about also regarding the red number, and you said it's the back of the number that's on the back of the Social Security card, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in Jamaica we don't have a Social Security card. We have a thing they call a TRN.
Right.
And it doesn't contain any of those numbers there on the back of it. So how would we manifest?
Why doesn't Pauline have the Land Rover or her?
So then what you would do is make yours look like like the ones over there.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily have to look like the ones here. It has to look. It looks similar to the ones over there, because all they did was copy what we did originally. Just make sure that it's in blue or red or both.
Okay.
Okay.
So the difference would be the minus sign between the numbers. Just don't put the minus signs between the numbers.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So another question in regards to the travel document. On the back of it, where it's at the address for the ministry.
Yes.
Would it be appropriate to put our domicile address there, or where we could, like you said, just leave the one that's on the document?
It would actually be better to put your mailing location on there.
Okay.
And the reason I say better is because we are everywhere. Our ministry is everywhere. So all the many different mailing locations and addresses that our ministry appears at is better for us. There's strength in the number. It's just that we know that there are some Moors who are having issues with demonstrating a domicile and things of that nature, but they still will to have a driver license so that they can, be themselves that way and stop having the issues that they were having. And so we state that they can use that this mailing location for that, if they choose to do so. Yeah. But it's better for our nation nationally for people to have wherever they are, whatever territory they're governing.
We defy your command, Pauline. We defy
everything. Islam.
So besides from the Jamaican TRN document, we could still use this one here also, except that we don't have the red number there on it?
Right, yes.
Okay, how would I obtain this particular document right here?
You would absolutely create it.
Okay.
It's never going to work.
You would absolutely create it. And here's the thing. Ours has been working for us for years now.
Okay.
For years.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but is there a reverse side to this document? Are you want to show it? Or?
Let me see. On the reverse, I think I just put the seal and what I put on the reverse of it, and I apologize that I did not take a photo of it. But what's on the reverse is a statement that says this number is to be kept with you at all times. Because that's what it, whatever it says on the other one is basically what we restated on ours.
Okay.
Okay. Just making sure that our language is our national language,
Nigga, please, ain't never gonna work.
Also,
Ain't never gonna work.
Security.
Never gonna work. Never, never, never.
Islam, Empress.
I have a question, and I'd like to go back to the red numbering. So the red numbering, even though we realize, okay, that's the number on the back of our Social Security card, it's also linked to a bond.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So here's the thing, Empress, I'm so glad you said that. I created a bond, and we've shown the bond process. That my bond number is this number 420194701. That is my bond number for my estate. And I can use this red number for whatever I will to use it for. Okay?
Okay.
Whatever that number would have been used for in the previous era is the same thing I can use it for with our estate.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any benefits, anything that wills to be restated is what we do, is what we use it for.
Now, what about subjects? So if we have family members,
what you gonna do about our subjects?
Who would be considered subjects because they lack the ability to even make decisions of their own. So,
hey, Mommy, you're too stupid to know.
So would we actually create a security card for them as well? Or,
yes.
Okay.
We would actually have to do. That's what the government does is make sure everyone is properly documented.
Okay. So it's documentation. Okay.
And for example, if they have not declared their nationality, because some are seemingly averse. Some of them are like, I don't want nothing to do with that more stuff. Okay, subject status. And we create the documentation and go about using it and state that we own all of that. That's our property. I did it yesterday. I had to do it yesterday. I mean, always demonstrating, and it works like a charm.
You a lying nigga.
It works like a charm.
Now, see, that's the position that I'm in right now, is trying to think it through on how to actually put them in subject status on paper. Kind of like what we're doing to lean them and do. And here's what I'm thinking. The process that I went through for me, I'm going to go through the same process for them, but making them my subject or making them subject.
Making the names and the documentation subject.
Redefine your commands.
Okay, that's what it is.
Okay, so the name and documentation.
Yes, until they wake up.
Right, exactly. And some may never wake up. And the reason why I say it like that is because I'm looking at my parents who may never wake up. My dad is in his 90s, so he may not ever wake up.
Oh, you never know.
Right, exactly. But I'm just kind of like throwing it out there for and you are correct. It's their covering until they wake up. So when they wake up, then okay. And so I'm trying to clear my thought on the process of what you're saying. So we would do the documentation and put them in subject status,
which is simply just putting them in your trust. Those names in your trust, and anything that has to do with those names are put in your trust, and you govern over whatever is the processes are. All accounts and everything. Because see, what we're doing, Empress, is we're bringing all of the accounts and stuff on shore at land. We're bringing it on shore. We have to bring it on shore.
No, we don't necessarily have to have that information per se. Okay, because I may not have their information, but I can put them and to include.
If you have the name, that's all you need. That's
all I need. Okay.
And not to mention if you have a name and an address.
Right. So then there's really nothing else to do except to just put them in my trust.
Yes. And then anything that has to do with them, you be prepared to either get on the phone or by documentation do a court action on whoever it is that's offshore trying to deal with them.
Okay. Right.
Because see, let me just give you an example of that. And I'm so glad you brought this up because I have been meaning to get to this point at some point anyway. I knew we would. So do you all remember back in the 70s and the 80s, and maybe even partially in the 90s, when, like, let's say you got a new phone or a new car or you got a loan for something or whatever the case may be, and when it came time, like let's say you were late on a payment, the phone would ring, you would pick up the phone, and somebody we're not mad at y'all. Somebody with an accent from someplace else, India, Mexico, some other place, Vietnam, some other place, would be on the other end telling you about your account, quote unquote. That was when everything, all of the contracts were being moved offshore. Because all the contracts started on this land. And then they started moving everything offshore. Lost at sea, out there, in the water out there, in the ocean, in the sea. When you started picking up the phone and hearing people with different accents, and again, we're not mad at them, they were acting too. When you would hear them on the phone and you could barely understand what they were saying, English was their third or fourth language, it's because that was a hint to us. So I will to thank them for hinting to us so that we would be able to look back on that and see what it really was. They were hinting to us that the contract was not here on the land, but that it was over there, somewhere out there. Okay? We shouldn't be mad at them. We should just know to tell them to do a court action on them. I had to do it yesterday. You do a court action on them. What is your name? And they're going to try and weave their way out. They're going to try and wiggle and say, well, no, I can't tell you about it because what is your name? I have to have a name. And if that's not the name on the account, blah, blah, blah. It's not the name on the account. You're offshore and I'm on the land. You're out there lost at sea. This contract that I have written is for the land. And you all have been notified about that. Do you know they couldn't say nothing? They couldn't say anything and they couldn't change anything. Because, but here's the thing, Moors, and this is where our work comes in at, is I had already rewritten the contract, the affidavit. I changed the contract to an affidavit. I terminated the contract. That's what the termination of all corporate contracts is all about. It's in preparation for you to rewrite all of those contracts. You must rewrite them and publish them on the public record. And when we did that, the actors and the dead ones came back and tried to put some extra charges. Couldn't do it. They can't do it. Because that's not the contract that we're operating from. We're operating from an affidavit. And we sent notification, and guess what else we did? Prepaid for everything. We prepaid for all of it. And then wouldn't let them worm their way out on the phone. We would not let them do it. And the only way we ended up on the phone with them is that the subjects around us were getting nervous. They were getting nervous. And the ancestors said, well, that's an opportunity for you to do a court action, so go ahead and do it. So I went ahead and did it. Because the ones that have been caught, they should never, the phone shouldn't even ring about our account. It really shouldn't ever. It shouldn't even ring about our account. Our accounts are prepaid because we prepay them. And not only do we prepay them, we write the affidavit by which that account is governed. So, Morris, that is some work to do. We do have to restate and bring onto the land. And we're not even bringing it onto the land. We're creating it on the land. It's being birthed on the land. And all we're doing is providing the birth certificate for everything that we have and do. Everything that we have. And do you know they will not argue with that? They won't. Islam Empress.
Yes, I have another question. So, as it relates to, getting those subjects in line, etc., how do we handle, and I'm just needing some ideas because I know it's on us, but how would we handle subjects who are considered to be wards of the state?
So that question is going to have to be rephrased, and I'll ask you some questions about that. Okay.
So
what are they doing?
So here's what has happened to my parents. My siblings were looking for...
I got it. You don't have to say anything else. I got it.
Great. So now they are. That's just where they are now.
Okay.
So, yeah, go ahead.
They have all contracts that have to do with them, whether it be nursing home contracts or any of that stuff, has to be restated.
Okay, and that's what I thought.
And what you're doing when you restate it is you're telling everyone out there that those contracts that you're governing are not lost at sea contracts that were created by frauds, but that this action, this benefit, this inheritance even, is being governed by these affidavits. That's why it's on 8.5 by 14, because that's legal.
Okay.
These affidavits govern those people.
Okay.
And really the affidavits govern how the subjects deal with the people, because the people are the law, whether they know it or not. Whether they know it or not, they're still the law. So, but until they're competent, then someone else who is competent has to govern the contracting and the writings and things for them, and then tell the subjects how to deal with them. See, it's not the subject's fault. The subjects are, all they can do is look at paper and do what the paper says.
Right.
That's all they ever do. Which paper they look at is up to us. If we don't give them anything other than the stuff they've been looking at, they're going to keep acting like that. We give them the script by which they act. It's like a Bible. We hand them the scripture, and they start doing what the commandments say to do. That's what God does.
So just to elaborate a little, because I know that there are many people here who may not respond, who may not even say anything.
Islam.
But who needs to shift. So, right, exactly. So we need to shift because now's the time to shift. So I know a lot of us is sitting back, but we got to shift now. So now's the time to shift. We got to shift. So if we don't get shift, then there's some other things that, that's going to come about. But we have to shift. So here's what I'm looking at and to express furthermore and what this actually looks like when we have to send them affidavits and et cetera. It's the same way. So if there are ones here that have gone through a demonstration with a domicile or apartments and all of that, and you had to restate those contracts. So it's the same thing. So restate those, make it public, send it to corporate or whoever it is that you need to send it to. That's who it's going to. So it's all the same process. But we're going to spend a lot of time, like you said, we have a lot of work to do because we got to be able to sit down, restate those you got to restate those documents. It's a whole lot of them. So, and it's like whatever it is you want to do, because we want to do a whole lot because we have to. So then that means we got to restate these documents and make it public. We got to put it out there, make it public so everybody will know, because that's our oral tradition. Make it public. Put it out there. So that's what I'm culminating, that this is the process, and I'm really restating all this for me. So that when I get out here, I know exactly what I got to do. So I got to get it all stated, get them affidavits done, put it on a 8.5 by 14, and let's put it out there because it's all legal. So we got to make sure we get that mentality that I am a legal representative. So if we get that mentality, then I'm
a legal presenter.
Okay, I'm a legal presenter. We can also go to Denzel, whatever the name of that movie was that you gave me.
That was a good movie.
We got to do it. But that's us. We got to do this. So hopefully what I said has encouraged other people, because there's more than 5 of us here. So we got to do it. Islam, I yield.
Empress, thank you so much for that, because the movie that we were referring to is there's a movie that Denzel Washington was in called Roman J. Israel Esquire. That's the name of the movie. It was about him. It's about the difference between what the Moors were doing and what the corpses were doing, and how in the movie Denzel knew he was sovereign, right? They don't ever say he's sovereign in the movie, but you know what sovereignty looks like. What it looks like is this. In the movie, instead of calling himself an attorney or a lawyer, he used a title for nobility of Esquire. Okay? Esquire is before the attorneys. The attorneys and things is like that was the newest, most modern brand or label. It's not a title, it's a brand. Like Negro, black, colored, and African American is a brand. He was an esquire, and an esquire is quote unquote a royal term. And then El, Bay, Al, Ali, and Day are nobility terms, which is the highest. Okay? Not terms, but titles. Ours are titles. Ours are titles. Theirs are brands and labels. So now, in the movie, he did something. He committed a crime in the movie as a sovereign. But see, in the movie, it also shows how we were doing things before the corporate, quote-unquote, enactment came, and how shiny and wealthy and new the corpses were looking when they came. When they came and did their enactment, it made it look like they had all the money in the world and he was poor and broke and had nothing. But really, he's heir to the land. But again, we know these things, but they don't say them in the movie. In the movie, he just looked like a guy who was old school and old fashioned and did things the old way. He bought into the corpse nest. And when he bought into the corpse nest, even after he committed a crime, they still couldn't do anything to him. He actually had to do a court action on himself. And I won't tell you how that ends, but that's how the movie starts. It starts with him doing this court action on himself. Because he knew they couldn't do nothing with him. And it really has me thinking that when those persons that were doing business as the biggest law firm ever, well, who takes them to court? Nobody took them to court in the enactment. They basically pretended to be sovereign and did things on their own for themselves. Okay, now let me show you where they got that from. Oh, this is so good. Let me show you something really quickly, Morris, because you have to see this. Just a moment. Let's see if we can get to that page. I have to show you this. Let's see. 14. Here it is. This that you see on the screen, and again, this is still about the same things that we've been talking about. But I will to show you just how powerful we all are. Remember, we rewrote Unum Sanctum. We rewrote it. And when we rewrote Unum Sanctum, it says that everyone is under the Roman Pontiff, and we all are the Roman Pontiff. These are the enacted acts that were previously doing business as Vatican law. What it says here at Canon 1401, it says this: by proper and exclusive right, the church adjudicates, number one, cases which regard spiritual matters or those connected to spiritual matters. Now, how many of you all know that everything is spiritual first? So it was the quote-unquote Vatican that was doing the court stuff in their enactment. That is why they enacted insurance for the policy enforcers, quote-unquote. Because they were adjudicating all matters. So all of those fake courts were birthed from this madness. And they said exclusive right, proper and exclusive right. The church adjudicates cases which regard spiritual matters or those connected to spiritual matters. The second one says the church adjudicates the violation of ecclesiastical laws and all those matters in which there is a question of sin in what pertains to the determination of culpability and the imposition of ecclesiastical penalties. We could go into a whole bunch of other stuff about that. But just know that we are the popes. We're the popes, all of us. We're the Roman Pontiff, all of us. Just so that you're aware. Who knew that the biggest arms dealer, weapons dealer, I mean supplying all the militaries, quote unquote, was the Vatican, was the ones acting as Pope. Supplied the money for all. That's why all those people in Boston and all of the people that were claiming to be Catholics, that's why they didn't hesitate to pick up the phone and call those acting as police. They didn't hesitate. They would pick that phone up so fast and tell them that somebody's standing on their grass and they want them off their grass, and they just stop to tie their shoe, but they look like us. It is what it is. It is what it is. We're not even mad at them because guess what? We did it first. We did it first. We all of this came from us. And guess what? It's back at us now because we're restating all of this stuff. All of this is restated. That's jurisdiction. That's how you keep your door from being kicked in and all the craziness and all of that and going back and forth and all of that. You just create everything on the land. And when you create it on the land and you restate it, and you don't even have to restate the whole thing, just cherry pick. That's what the cherry tree is about. That's why that's one of our symbols. We would cherry pick the different parts, and we say we want this part, and this part. We'll restate these. And then let me tell you what happens, because this is, we demonstrated this. When we restate the contracts and make them affidavits and commands that come from our court about the services and works and things, if we leave out a part, or we don't clarify a part, or we don't make a statement about that part, then the system begins to use that part to try and prompt us. So y'all it's a good idea to just go ahead, take the time, pull the most important parts and send that first, and then go through and pull the rest. See, that's why leases, apartment rental leases, and real estate contracts were so long. They were so long, and they were trying to make so many different parts of it, so that we would just not be interested in restating everything. But we're good. We're good. We can do that. We got it. So now I could show you some other parts of this canon. There's only one other part that I was ever interested in, and I'll let you look at these on your own time. In fact, we'll put the link in the chat and have you look at it for yourselves. Popes. And just know that the matriarchs were the first popes. That's why the hat that the popes wear is called a mitre, and mitre means mother. We've shown you that in the dictionary. With that being stated, you'll will to look at some of these canons and restate them just pull one out and put it in your paperwork and say, canon so-and-so states this as well in your affidavit. So this is more, things that you can add, because who's the real church? Church means ecclesia or ecclesia. Ecclesia is the Senate at ancient Rome. So when we know where we come from, we're so powerful that it's scary for them, not us. With that being stated, let's get back to where we were. So you see how to make your state identifications. And again, put your state flag on yours, okay? And it's the flag that you have crafted. So I looked at what the what the enactment of the Washington flag, the state of Washington flag looked like, and I just put an original indigenous George Washington on it instead of that other one, instead of the actor, the dead. I put the living one there and made his skin brown because that's who it really was. And then we put our government seal on the left, the state seal in the middle, and the consulate seal on the right. That's travel ministry documentation called a driver's license, Islam. And then this is our state security number, Islam. With that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom regarding these processes and these documents? And how we use the law to do what we do and to state the things that we state. This is called governing the vast estate, period. That's what this is. This is how you govern. Islam Emperor. Islam Emperor.
Would you mind scrolling down so I can get a shot of the do not detain Islam?
Islam.
Islam.
Islam Empress.
I think it would be safe to say also that in producing these cards is going to be a decision of ours on whether or not we want to use whatever type paper or the actual card, where we can actually create our own card, like on a card making machine, or a PVC, as they call it, PVC. I can't remember what actually that stands for, but that's us making our own cards, like the physical card.
Okay. Yes. So hold for just one moment, Empress. Thank you for bringing that up. I'll just show you mine. It is made that same way. It's on white card stock, as it were, and that's what it looks like. Just one moment. Islam Empress, can you open the call? Show you I am going to clear the screen for just a moment. So can you all see the screen? Am I on the screen?
Islam.
Islam. Okay. So can you all see? This is my wallet. My wallet does not have anything in it that is not made by us. Okay. And those are 2 silver coins as well. And then all of our cards that we use. So my driver's license, and again, I had to make all of these because we're self-governing. So this is my driver's license. This is what I showed when I went from here, when I traveled from here to Atlanta and back. And there was no questions, no problems. It was smooth sailing, smooth flying, smooth travel. I do always keep my nationality identification card with me. I always keep that in my wallet to show with my driver license. And then, of course, we have our merchant card and all of that. We have, this one is prepaid, $100 million prepaid merchant card. Here's my Chase card. It has $100 million on it as well. And here's my Target Red card. It has $100 million on it as well. So, you know, we're just moving forward and moving forward and moving forward with all that belongs to us. Everything.
So do we have the ability also, you know, with you showing the additional cards, do we have the ability also to put a strip on the back? Because, you know, they have the two choices. You got the strip or the that little metal part. I forgot what they call it.
It's a little chip that they have in them.
Exactly. So do we have that ability also to create the strip?
At any time we can. Where we are in the process, though, Empress, is first demonstrating that it's the same way that the card system came in the 70s and the 80s and even the 90s. Remember when you would take the card, whatever the card is, and they would take these numbers, these embossed numbers on the card, they would put it in the little machine and slide the thing across the card, and it would make a carbon copy and all of that. That is how the system starts out first.
Okay.
Okay. So we have the ability to create the raised numbers and put all the things on the card and all of that. We have that ability already.
Okay.
And then what happens is, as we begin to create the copies, that's going to assist in implementing our banking. Because, see, you take all of those copies, and you get a copy, and the merchant gets a copy, and the merchant takes them and deposits them in the bank, okay? And then you have something for your records where you keep your banking. What you would do with yours is you would scan it all in and upload it and send it to your bank account. And when you upload it to your bank account, it's going to tell the banking system that yes, those charges are valid. They're valid charges, so it will come out of your account. But it's also at the same time going to be keeping a track of your deductions, your tax deductions, so that you get all of that back.
Islam, can you open the call, please?
Yes. So it will make it so that you can get all of that back, and there will be proper accounting measures for the estate.
So now, when you speak of uploading, are we still using their system? Because you know how you have that online banking, you can go there and look at all your stuff, and so that's kind of the same thing. We're uploading this information. Now, when you say upload, are we manually inputting, or is there something else going on that, you know?
So what I do is I scan everything in. I have a scanner. I scan in the documents and things, and then I just attach that scan to an email and upload it into the bank account.
Got it.
Now, that's not their system. That's our system. But let me tell you, And this you must know, all must know this. With the banking system, I am having to demonstrate that I know how to speak to that system. I'm consistently having to demonstrate that I know how to speak to the system. It seems like a new test all the time. Why? Because I still have to finish and complete that restatement of the way the account works, the policy for how the account works. So for those of you, this is so good. For those of you who are having issues with getting your legacy account established, because see, many of you have access to the account, but you can't get in and do things and things of that nature. It's because you haven't rewritten the policy that lets you go in there. You have to restate the policy and tell the system what to do with the account. See, I restated some of the stuff, but not all of it, because there's some things that have happened that I have to actually go and restate that. I already know what it is, but I have to go restate it. I was able to make it so that I can put whatever in my account I want to put in there. I can put in more sovereign dolarium gold receipts. I can put in gold itself and have it give accounting for the gold and all of that. I can do all of that. But there's some other things now that I'm able to do that, and now that I have access to it that way, there's some other mechanisms that I have to speak to in order that those mechanisms do as commanded. I've spoken to some things, but again, the process is still ongoing because I have to speak to the other things so that certain things will happen and certain things won't happen.
You know, I'm like you. This is so good because it's expressing the necessary steps to actually take to set up everything that we really need to do. On top of that is really systematic. So everything is systematic. So once you set up a system for one that really can be used for the rest of everything else, and all we have to do is connect the dots. Okay, so if I'm doing this right here for a domicile, I'm going to use this same process. I'm going to use this same process to set up the legacy account. So whatever I said over here in this domicile, what I wanted, I'm going to say the same thing over here. This is what I want over here too. So I'm going to set that up in the legacy account.
Now let me say this about that, Empress. Yes, you're correct. Look at the process that they were enacting. Look at, read the policies is what I'm saying. Read the policies and listen. If you get tired, because sometimes it can be a lot of paperwork, just make sure that the parts that are most important to you, you address them and then send it. And then when you address the other parts, send those. As you get it done, send it. As you get it done, send it. Because what I'm seeing with my own 2 eyes, 3 eyes, 1 eye, is that everything that we speak to, if we forget it, if we don't speak to a particular part, that's the part that they'll test you on. They'll come back and start messing with that part as if what you did didn't count. They'll have you, the system will have you thinking that you didn't really do anything. I'll give you an example. So I stated how the account that I show you all, the Treasury account, I stated how the account should be open and how I should have access and how I should be able to change things. But what I didn't say, I didn't address this part yet at the time, is what validates an exchange. So if a fraud was sending in checks pretending to be me, what is it that tells the system that that's not me and that I'm me, so that the system only approves the right stuff. Well, when I didn't do that, the system started picking up fraudulent charges to the account. And remember, I told you the account had gone into negative $1,500, negative $1,700, negative $2,000. And I'm like, I doggone know that ain't nobody stealing gold out of this account. It was the system saying, you have to speak to this. How do we know it is coming from you? And now I know what to tell the system. But I can tell you that it was like somebody punched me in the stomach when that started happening repeatedly. But that was the system trying to get me to speak to that piece, give that piece give it some direction so that it won't happen. Because I had not stated that specifically. And the crazy thing about it is, when I did write a check and it had a wet ink autograph on it, the system took it like that. It took it so quick, $27,777.75. It took it like it was regular. But because I hadn't stated, okay, only take things that have my wet ink signature on it. Well, I'm stating that now, nunc pro tunc, now for then, that if it doesn't have my wet ink signature on it, the system shall not receive it. What does that mean? That means that even if I say, okay, well, I will to buy or to do an exchange on a conveyance, okay? They're not going to be able to send anything other than what has my wet ink signature to the bank, and the banking system, and the banking system honor it. It won't honor it. If it doesn't have my wet ink signature on it, it is not to be honored. Not at all.
Thank you for sharing that, because, see, that is a consideration, because I thought about, us sending out Delarium, right? So we're sending out Delarium, we put our wet stamp on it, but then we have to think, okay, how do we preserve this from counterfeit? Because, they have so many ways of pulling things off of other things, and to make it look like.
Yeah, but the system knows our signature and our right red thumbprint, and our, because see, that's why, Empress, even though we don't put a right red thumbprint on a check or on even on Delarium, sometimes we don't put it on there, but those Delarium and stuff never go by themselves. They're always accompanied with an affidavit that has our wet ink signature and right red thumbprint, which is the fiduciary affidavit or the nationality affidavit. It's always going to have a red ink signature with it, always from us.
So then we don't necessarily have to be concerned, especially when we're sending it to someone, right? But what if, and I don't know how, because I haven't experienced this yet, which is, okay, supposing I'm going to, I don't know, maybe I'm doing commercial someplace else, commerce, someplace else, and I may be using Delarium at a place who is actually accepting Delarium.
Yes.
Does that accidentally get in somebody else's hands who want to misuse that and appropriate? Okay, so okay. So, and I'm just thinking ahead because I'm not sure what anything looks like yet, right? So I'm just trying to, cover my bases in my thoughts. It's really what I'm doing, just covering my bases in my thoughts, just to make sure that I'm covering everything. But I am so appreciative of you, because everything that you're saying here, I'm picking up things from that Verizon.
Yeah.
And when you look at the Verizon and you read what you have, it's like, you know what, I can use that right there.
Yes.
And most of the work, and this is the reason why I'm so excited. You did it. You did it.
Yeah.
And it's like we are without an excuse. So we can't even complain and say it didn't work. We can't complain and say, I don't know what to do. What you mean you don't know what to do? I mean, if it was right there, all you had to do was do a little thinking. So, see, that's sometimes our situation, right, is we don't want to think. Well, okay, you know that if we don't think, that's going to put us in a predicament.
Yeah.
It's just simple like that.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm so appreciative of what you did because I can look at that and know where I want to put something. I can put that right there and just put it where I want it and get what I want accomplished.
Yes.
And it's done.
It works. I'm telling you.
It works.
Even now, thank you, Empress. Even now, the system will let us know if we missed anything, so we don't have to worry about whether we missed it or not. All we got to do is keep.
It don't work. It's all bullshit.
And you'll see
don't work.
that and you'll see that it works. It works like a charm. It works like a charm. The system will let us know if we missed anything, and sometimes many times more misinterpret.
Never gonna happen, bitch.
The system talking
Never gonna happen.
I even know how to stop them from coming in here and talking crazy, but I just haven't done it yet. I have not restated the free conference call operations mandate. I've not done that yet, and I need to. It is necessary to do it. I don't need to, but it's necessary to do it, and it will stop all of that. We know that. We know that. And again, it's just a matter of how many hours in the day we have to keep, to do things. But we're taking the things that are most important to us right now to do these things. That's how you get access to whatever. Get the policy on how they do whatever it is. If you're trying to get access, get the access policy and restate it and send it with proper identification. Okay? If you're trying to get into an account, or if you don't have one and you will to have one, get the policy and restate the policy, write yourself in, and have them open it. Have the system, because the system will open. The system does whatever we tell it to do. The system does whatever we tell it. And then once you have access, don't think that that's the end. The system is then going to start prompting you to put something in it, put some real money in there. And then after the system prompts you to do that, the system is going to prompt you to increase and then start sending money out. We have to know how to do these things. The system will prompt us to do it, but I'm going to tell you that it doesn't look like we thought it would look for the system to do that. If you don't know what you're looking at, you'll get scared. Because the first time I looked at that account and saw that it was supposedly negative 2,000 and something, after I had put Delarium in there, that was the system saying, tell us how to handle instruments that come in. We accept the instruments. The system accepted the instruments. We proved that. But then fraudulent stuff started coming in. So now I speak to the system and say, system, do not accept anything that does not have my wet ink signature and is not accompanied properly. And what properly means is what it means for us. We're not going to put that on the public record, what else we send with it. But you know what? Your spirits will tell you what to send. And it's simple. Just keep it simple and keep it natural. Keep it simple and keep it natural, and the systems will do whatever you tell that system to do, no matter what it is.
Well, I have another question. So like when we get ready to set up and send the larium to our account, do you, or did you, is really what I'm asking. So did you set up where it was a new account so that you would know the larium went in that one, and then we're going to get rid of this other one that has Fiat in it?
A lien, a levy, and a bond did that.
I'm going to change the whole thing. Whole snap. Okay. It's long.
And a bond did that.
It's long.
And again, the government can change the stuff like that and create something on the land. See, we're not dragging old things out of the Dead Sea. We're not doing that. We're creating it brand new. We just know what it looks like by looking at that other stuff. That stuff was supposed to be something we look at, not something that we base our whole lives on and get in that system and start tap dancing in there and acting and doing craziness. We were supposed to look at it and then say, okay, this is what they use, a social security number, and they use it to access all these things here, which we know are not benefits. So then we'll just create a state security number and we'll use it to access all of our benefits. And our benefits look similar to theirs, except we're the boss of everything.
You know, this is so wonderful, and I apologize. The way I'm talking is like I'm the only one here in this meeting.
No, go ahead. You know what? That's the Spirit prompting you, because others, the Spirit is prompting them, but they have not yet learned, like you do, like you know, how to go ahead and open their mouth. Because this is all about the voice anyway.
Yes, it is. Because the Biblio says, you have not because you ask not. You ain't got nothing.
Empresses, you're going straight off on the truth there. Wow.
I'll tell you, it's an experience this week. So if we got, a moment. So this past week, I had this experience. I went to the grocery store. And I'm hollering at one of the managers to come help me out because, they have a line over here. I don't like lines. Mm-hmm. So I'm motioning him, come open up over here because I'm coming. I need to get out of here, right? So he comes, and I'm talking to him. And so he's getting ready to check me out. And I said, he told me how much I owed, right? And I said, yeah, go ahead and add another 100 to the change you won't give back to me. Right? Mm-hmm. And so, and he's telling me why he can't do it and all of that. And I said, let me share something with you. It doesn't matter where I go. I get things free, and somebody pays for some of the stuff that I have. And you know why? And I told him, I said, what the scripture says that you have not because you ask not.
Mm-hmm. Empress, you're fading in and out. Your energy is so high that it's affecting the wireless that you're using.
Let me calm down.
Yeah.
So now let me share. So this is funny because you're right. I'm so excited. So I shared with him that wherever I go, I ask. There are people in front of me. There are people behind me. Do you want to, ma'am, can I add this to what you're purchasing? Would you pay for that for me? Some of them will say, you can go ahead, and some of them say no, and I'll ask, why not? Okay, so I asked them too. But at the same time, so here's what I'm expressing, though. You have not because you ask not.
Yeah.
I ask, I get things free. I get things at a discount. I get things without tax. Sometimes people pay for my items, but it's because I asked.
Yeah.
I'm not fearful at asking. I will ask.
Yeah.
So I said all of that to say what you were saying, whatever that was, so we get back there.
Yeah, is that people, they're being prompted by the Spirit to speak. They just don't know how that yet.
Well, see, I'm at a position now that I'm seeing a lot clearly.
Yeah.
That I need to move and take the next step.
Yeah.
So in order for me to take the next step, I got to be able to see clearly. Yeah. Well, the only way I can see clearly is that I ask the question.
Yeah.
So if I don't ask, once again, if you don't ask, you get nothing.
Yeah.
So I can't wait for somebody else to ask for me. I better ask myself.
It's about the voice, the sound.
Yes.
The voice.
Islam.
This whole era is about the voice, about who's speaking.
Islam.
It is.
Islam. I yield. I'm so excited. But
yes. Well, people have not heard the heirs speak the way that we've been speaking. People have not heard that in centuries.
I'm so excited. I'm almost in tears.
Yeah.
That's just how excited I am. Because I see how this is working.
Yes.
And now all you got to do is work it.
That's it. That's it.
Just work it.
Someone asked me yesterday, what do you do all day? I said, govern.
Exactly. Wouldn't you want to know?
I'm in court all day.
Okay. And sometimes at 3 a.m.
Yes, Empress, that is correct.
Meridian.
We both. I do text you every now and then at 3 a.m. Sorry. My apologies. But
no, you don't apologize because I'm up, and I do want somebody to talk to because I'm up.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Empress, that's our daytime. Nighttime is.
And I found that out.
Yeah.
We get work done in the night.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Islam.
Yeah.
Islam
nobility.
I like how you kicked me out last week.
I couldn't do that. I did not do it. And
I'm just joking. I know you would do that. Yeah, I got kicked out last week. I couldn't get back in, but that's all good. The good thing about it, I can always go back on YouTube and watch.
Islam.
So, I am a person who, I'm a logical thinker. I like things put in perspective. So what we're saying here is we are self-governing, and I'm just doing this just for the benefit of those who may be new and hearing you for the first time, all right?
Islam.
So putting things in perspective, we're saying that we have the right to self-govern.
Yes.
And we in self-governing, it's just like you're a nation. Like China decide they are sovereign, they are self-governing, they produce their own money, they have their own economy, their own system, and then they make it to interact with the international system.
Yes.
Right. So we're saying as Moors, we are simply self-governing. We are creating our own credit, and we are doing whatever pleases us. And we are making our system to interact with their system to recognize whatever it is that we do. So like I see you just had a card there that says you have 100 million. By the way, there's a vehicle that I love. I'm going to ask you to sponsor me one of them.
You will do it yourself.
I have a dream vehicle. You better prepare 200,000 Canadian. That's cheap in comparison to the anyway. But seriously now, so we're saying that we have taken command of our lives, our destiny, our government, and we have created a system that will interact with the international system to give us whatever we want and recognize us the way they recognize China, Jamaica, whatever other sovereign nation. Am I right in saying all of that?
The spirit of what you stated is correct. Yes. The spirit of what you stated is correct. The language, the words that you use, they will, over time it will become clearer to you about the language. We're not, again, you are correct in the spirit of what you're stating. Where the language could be updated a little is we are literally creating the system. and and I'm going to correct my own language. This has been our system the whole time. The system doesn't belong to anyone but us. It is an ancient system, but others copied it and did what they call the Buck Act. They did an overlay, a corporate overlay over the system. But when we remove that corporate overlay, it's still our system. And all we're doing is knowing that that has to be done, doing it, and then speaking to our system. So in a nutshell. And for us, our system only recognizes our bloodline and our birthright because that's how our system was founded. It came from the earth.
But the question is, how do others interact with us in terms of commerce? Because remember, we're not on this globe by ourselves, and we have others who may want to do commerce with us, or we may want to do commerce with them. Because go back to ancient times, you know, before the money system, there was the barter where, you know, you exchange whatever and things like that. So I'm just thinking of how smooth transitioning, smooth commerce with them without agitation, without any problem. That's what I'm thinking.
So as long as everyone is in their proper status, it will work like clockwork, a well-oiled machine. As long as everyone is in their proper status, it doesn't even matter who you are. And in fact, it is the law that everyone be a part of our system. It's the law. It's a law. So everyone must be in their proper status. That means off with all masks. Be yourself, everyone. And the mask, and I'll just clarify this for everyone because it's even clearer to me now than it even was before. A mask in Masonic language is a corporate covering, is the all caps name. That's what a mask is.
Forgive me to interrupt, and you're so correct. You know, I have sent in the courts because I have some ongoing issues in their courts. I know you're going to rebuke me and say I should not be in their courts, but sometimes I feel like unavoidable.
My only problem is don't call it their court because it's not. It's your court. But okay.
Right. So what I noticed, I have sent in my document, well, some documents to say that this name in its variation is copyright material. So now it's like they would say Bank of Nova Scotia versus Williams. That's all in all caps. So it's instead of there was a time when they would write out all the name. Stephen Alexander Williams, or they would put Stephen Williams or whatever. But now they're just putting Williams, and I'm saying, but I almost have to answer this because this doesn't make any sense. Anybody can be Williams. It can't be directed at me. You see what I'm saying? So they're trying all kind of things to propagate the fraud that is upon us. And I think it's one way of their running scared, knowing that they've been caught with their pants down. And now they're trying to do all kind of things to navigate. Sometimes they ignore, sometimes they change up. They're doing all kind of nonsense. But at the end of the day, as I already said earlier, people are awake to what is going on. It's that simple.
Yeah.
You know, the time of unveiling is here. The revelation, everything is being revealed, the fraud that we've been under. And I like what you say about the overlay because as it relates to even the land was originally named a different name by Meats and Bound, for instance. And they came with the fraud and they overlay it like with a plastic and they call it this and cut it up and call it that and zone this and zone that and address, you know, and postal code and all kind of fraud. You know, and now we're saying we're tearing that back. we're destroying all of that because that was fraud, and we're going back to the original way, the way things are supposed to be, and the way things were. Is that correct?
That is correct. The spirit of
Empress.
absolutely correct. Islamic Empress.
If I could add, with the situation, another thing that I can see that's going on is that until you stand up and stop the fraud, it's going to continue. So by them using every variation of your name, it means that you're not finished. And I'm going to speak about a situation here. We had a Chief Justice write orders and put them in, and the actors sitting in those seats over there said, a judge has already signed this. Would you like us just to sign it too?
Okay. It is what it is, Empress.
until you get finished going through tests, you'll continue. You have to say if it's finished.
Yes, indeed. Because guess what? They're not going to say it's finished because that's their job.
Yeah. And we're going to keep playing with you until you get tired.
Yeah.
We're not tired. Look, we're not tired. We've been doing this. We've been doing this. So I yield. Islam.
Empress, that's so true. Justice Willie, with the whole just calling you Willie. They're not even talking to you. They want you to know that. So here's the thing, and this is for everyone. The moment you realize that it's not a war and that they're not out to get you, that's going to be the first step in you getting some peace and some clarity about what to do next. They're not out to get you. They don't want you. They want that fraud. That's what they're reaching for, is the fraud. They want that to get off the land because we told them, take your fraud and get out of here. They're trying to do that. But some will hang on to those names that they created and not the names that our mothers gave us. Because our mothers gave us the sovereign name to govern. To govern. Okay? So as long as you keep answering, they might even send you one with just a W on it and say you got to be there. because they're like, okay, he keeps coming, even though they keep saying he's the court. He won't be the court, so we have to be the court.
Yeah.
They're gonna keep playing with you until you stand and just go on and govern and know that's what you're doing. So the way that we do that is there was a court. Some actors doing business as Federal Way. They were doing business as City of Federal Way Jail or City of Federal Way Police or whatever. We took the letterhead and we are Federal Way. We're Federal Way. So we took the logo, we took everything, we restated all of that and sent it back to them stating that we're free. Everyone is free. That this name, Pauline Denise Ritchie, belongs to the owner, me. It doesn't belong to anyone else, so no one else can use it.
Are you talking about the all caps?
The all caps is mine, but I created it. I have to create it. How do you create it all caps? Do a birth certificate in capitis diminutio minima and then an affidavit with it that says no matter what letters, derivatives, or whatever, all of it belongs to me. That's all. And then send it out and notify. Send it out.
Yeah, sorry. I want to ask you a next question because I've been wanting to ask you this. So I was reading a book the other day given by a Moor. And he was, the book, in that book it was advocating that we do a UCC lien on the all caps name and make it the secured party. What do you think about that approach?
Here's what I think. I think that that approach is one where someone is still thinking that they can take captive a dead corpse and use it as a living instrument. You cannot take a dead corpse and use it as a living instrument for the living people. You can't. That's not how the system works. So we'll show this again, because there can be 1,000 Pauline Richies, but the only Pauline Richie that has anything to do with me, I created that one. So no matter what is said about all those other Pauline Richies, let's say the Department of Motor Vehicles created a Pauline Richie, the actors doing business as police created a Pauline Richie, City of Federal Way Jail created a Pauline Richie. So all we did was just lien that thing and anyone's ability to create another one of those and have it apply to me. Then I created my own Pauline Richie by restating the birth certificate and the living long 8.5 by 14 birth affidavit. So now that's the real living Pauline, because she was created by the God who created her. Okay, so whenever you're talking about processes, Noble Willie, any process is a good process when you have created the person, the name that uses that process, and you know how to do that process for that person. All processes are horrible processes if it's trying to be done on the dead or by the dead. Period. That's the answer to the question.
Because you know what I realize as I my final comment. When I examine, for instance, the title on my house, what they have done is the money that you pay is paid by the living. That's what they do. But then it is transferred to the all caps. So the ownership of the house is the all caps, which is the fraud that they create. Technically, what they're saying, even though I paid the so-called money, which is, I know it's not real money, but even though I paid using the Fiat to buy my house, yet still it was transferred to the fraud all caps name, and then now I, the living, become the tenant on my own property. So therefore, I am basically, they have the jurisdiction, they have created a jurisdiction where they are controlling, they're saying this thing that we create, it control the house. So if Willie is not a good boy, we're going to beat him up, take away his house from him, kick him out of his house. That's what they do, because it's basically anything you do, they can put a lien, a levy, and kick you out of your house. So I hear you saying that only happen if you have not changed your status or taken control, I guess, of the all caps, right?
Islam.
So what I'm saying, just a moment. What I'm saying is that you must, all the documents that they used to do that, you must restate those documents and put your terms in those documents. And speak from your Willie, not their Willie, yours. not theirs, because they look the same. The living Willie looks like that dead corpse. It's all capitalized, but it's a natural person and it's a minor. Okay, your Willie is a living natural person. It's a person, not a people, because you're the people. Your flesh and blood is the people. So now we're talking about a person on paper. The person on paper looks like the Willie that the Willie that's on their paper. My Pauline Ritchie looks just like theirs on paper. I have, except mine is blue or red, and then theirs is black. And theirs is black. I'm not black, so my Pauline is not black. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You must create your own and not. You must create your own Willie and not use theirs. And that's the answer to your question again about the process. The brother has a good process, but you cannot do that on a dead corpse and claim to be the living, owning the land and everything else. You can't.
But here's the issue though with that. Remember now, they would have their all caps with your name on it in the registry, in the land registry. Now, in order for you to effect that change in the land registry to restate and put it there, it has to go through their lawyer, and their lawyer is going to try to block it to say it has to be done by their lawyer, and they may reject it because it's done this way or that way, and you need authority. And like in Canada here, they're very corrupt. They're going to tell you you have to go through everything. You're an imbecile. You have to go through a lawyer. And so to get that off their record, to put it in proper status, it's a problem here, I find, in Canada.
Okay, the reason you find it a problem there is because you keep talking to them when you have not restated the process by which your instruments work. Okay? So we restate deeds and land records and things like that. A registry is not the same as a record. It's not the same as a record. That's why those two words are different and they're used differently. A registration is when you take a record and you hand it to someone else. That's what registering is. You take your record and you hand it to someone else. That's registry. When you record things on the public record, you publish it out there. You don't let somebody else do that. You do it. You publish it out there and say, this is the truth about this record. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that is the power of creating your own documents. Create your own driver's license, your own state security number, your own deed to your house, then create a allodial title. And a allodial title, having just your possession of a allodial title means that you control the property. That's according to UCC laws. But then with UCCs, quote unquote, we write that all the way out and do it by court action and by 8.514 affidavit called a universal commercial code, because that's really what it was initially. Mm-hmm. A uniform commercial code is a form of the universal commercial code. It's not the real one, it's a form of it. That's why it has that. Okay, so you do your affidavits and anything that you put by affidavit and you publish it and then you send it and you're not filing it and you're not recording it. You are notifying them that you're competent to publish it yourself. Mm-hmm. And when you prove that you're competent to govern and publish yourself, they will leave you alone.
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. It's a matter of our, again, it's about the voice and us speaking and governing and speaking. Islam, Empress.
Peace and grand rising, Empress. Right.
Great rising, Empress.
Sina Renee Randall Bay, Children Appellation, Yemaya, Haris, Abaha, Allah Bay.
Yeah.
I haven't spoken in so long, but I have a burning question, and it'll be short. What is a Treasury account? Islam.
A Treasury account is any account that has been properly restated. It doesn't matter whether it's at Bank for America or whatever. It's any account, any bank account that has been restated. But specifically, if you go on to, let's say, to Google.
Excuse me, I meant legacy account.
Any account that has been restated is a legacy account.
Gratitude.
Now, Empress, the word legacy, what that word means, legacy means able to walk. That's what a legacy account is.
Okay.
That's an account that is able to, where the owner of the account is able to do whatever is necessary to be done with that account. Add, change, edit, move, close, open. That's what a legacy account is. And legacy, that word indicates bloodline and birthright from ancient times. That's what legacy is. But legacy is also the legs of the account. You know, so when you say if you delegate the account, which is kind of what was enacted in the previous era, then that means you take your ability to govern that account and you hand it to somebody else. That's delegating the account. But then a legacy account is one that has legs. In other words, you're able to make that account do whatever you want it to do. So and the way to do that, as I was going to state, if you go on to Google, because this is what people were thinking was a legacy account, or a direct treasury account. There are treasury accounts here, but these accounts have to be restated. We can turn any account into a treasury account. And in fact, all of our accounts are treasury accounts, but it's because we have done the documentation to make them that. And then there was a master Federal Reserve account document that we restated. Here, FRB account, master account. We restated this form. It was a form. So this is a master account, and this is the Federal Reserve, quote unquote. A master account is the record. Like we said, it's not a registration. It's not anything done by anyone else. It's something we do. And then we send it to whoever it is that needs to be notified. And the form will tell you the, let's see, completing the following accounting service forms. Yeah, there was a master account, and we just restated the form and sent it. Let's see, where is that form? And I'll put the link to this page so that you can do your research on that, Empress, in the chat.
Gratitude.
That's what the master Treasury Direct and all of that. Any Treasury account, all of our accounts are Treasury accounts, no matter where they are, because we stated that they are.
Gratitude. Islam.
And then also for those who will to look at the Treasury manual, there are other, this is a really good study guide as well. Let's see. Treasury Financial Manual. It's the manual issued by the Bureau for, just one moment, let's see if that shows up. Yeah, this is it right here in these links. Go for fiscal service. See. And if you'll notice here, all of these others, the U.S. Mint, the Comptroller of Currency, the Internal Revenue, we have documents that address all of these, okay, that restate all of this, because all of this is Treasury stuff, but these are drafts. So we can't use their stuff. We have to look at it and then restate it. We did the study. Let's see. And pulled all of this up. Come into the portal. Let's see where the Treasury manual is. Can someone put the link to the Treasury manual in the chat? Program. We'll look at that a little later. So, that link should assist you, Empress, in finding out about the master account, which is a Treasury Direct account. Let's see, just a moment. Now, Empress, if you look here, I put in application for Treasury Direct account. I don't know what this is. That link that's in the chat. I did not put that there, so I don't know what that is. It's something about an adverse claim thing. I didn't do that one. Someone else did that. And that's okay. We'll just
That's Brother Love Faith. I'll put that in there for Brother Woody.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Nobility, for that. Are you there, Nobility, that just spoke? Okay. Application for Treasury Direct account. Now, again, we don't fill out their stuff. What we do is, if we see something like this, we do an affidavit and we send it to the right place. The right place won't have a zip code, okay? So whatever, we would go and look at the application, and whatever is on that application, we would put it in an affidavit. They're asking for a social security number or an EIN. We would just use our state security numbers like what we showed you. This number right here, we would use that, or an EIN. If you have an EIN, it must be restated, okay? It must be restated. And then it will say a United States address of record. So you would not ever give them anything that has any abbreviations or anything like that, and no zip code. And then You have to have a lien, levy, and bond on the checking or savings account and the routing numbers. So you just do a lien on that. Okay, and you can do a lien on the email address and all of that. So, excuse me. So it says here there is no fee to open or manage a Treasury Direct account, but you will pay for the securities you purchase. The minimum purchase amount is $25 for savings bond and $100 for other securities. Because we create our own securities, okay, this account is not necessary, but again, however you're led to govern, and when they say manage, that means govern. However you're led to govern your estate is completely up to you. Okay? And we all don't have to do it the same way. Now, last week we talked about yet another way to get things done in terms of legal tender and all of that. We talked about that last week at Congress. The process and the thing that is happening right now all over the place, no matter where you go, is that people are turning in the fiat to get whatever they can get. They're turning it in. They're not buying anything. They're turning it in to get whatever, because this is the great taking. This is the end of that stuff. Okay, and that's why Islam nobility.
He did get knocked out. So can you open the call again, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me see. Islam. So you can, what's going on now is that anything that has to do with fiat is being turned in. It's going back where it came from. Okay? What that looks like is, for example, if I had some fiat to give to get some of those coins from last week that we talked about from the mint, I wouldn't be sending the fiat to buy the coins. I would be sending the fiat and with an affidavit that says I'm turning this in, and in its instead of having this fiat, it is my will that I have these American innovation coins that are legal tender. Okay. I am seeing some changes in, some systemic changes, even where fiat is concerned. I'm seeing systemic changes. And as we demonstrate, we're going to just demonstrate it, and then we'll let you know what happens with it and all of that. Our intention and what we will do is stay clean and clear and uncorrupted as we do those demonstrations, because we know that at one point there was a benefit to the system that we have. There was a huge benefit where greenbacks were concerned, but they didn't look like those other ones. They didn't look like the ones that we had previously been using. So we're going to keep looking at that. We just will let the ancestors know we hear that. And we'll let you know. I believe it has a lot to do with fiduciary money. Fiduciary money is really what it is, what it was supposed to be. For the Moors, for the heirs that stuff, and I won't say that stuff because it didn't look like what we were using previously and calling it dollars. But initially when we said, okay, you all can print up some whatever you're printing, some greenbacks. Initially when we said you can print up greenbacks, we were to stay in our sovereign status and above all of that, have our own way of doing everything, and then use that to get however our ancestors meant for us to use it. And we're going to keep looking at it and seeing, but we know that it wasn't looking like what we were looking at in the last era. It didn't even look like that. It didn't have what looked like cartoon characters and dead presidents and things on it like that. It didn't look like that. But we're going to keep looking at it because we see the change has already happened, and we are becoming more competent at expressing that to you. But the things that we're doing right now have to be done in preparation for that. So in other words, what's coming is huge. But again, we're already here, so it can't get any bigger than us. But please prepare. Please prepare, because see, everyone else sees what's coming. They already know what's going to happen. We do too, but we have to create the way for it to happen, or continue creating the way. It's going to mean that we are wealthier and we have more money and more riches and all of that than there has ever been, because the estate is bigger today than it has ever been. But that doesn't come, and I'm stating this now so that people don't get angry when they see all of us with all of this wealth and they wonder how it happened. Don't be mad about it, because we're doing the work and everyone has a choice in the matter. Everyone has a choice in the matter. Don't get mad, because you know what? We're not even going to try and smooth that over for you. We're not going to do that.
Islam,
Empress.
So what you just expressed, and you expressed it better than I did, but that's essentially what I was saying, was that if we do not ask, and we're going to sit back and we're going to watch other people, you're going to miss out. That person, whoever it is going to miss out, and they're going to look at us, whoever has it, they'll look at us and trying to figure out, well, how do we do that? How did that happen? Well, we ask questions. We ask questions and to figure it out. So we can't figure it out if we're not asking the questions. And then on top of that, once you start asking questions and being inquisitive within, then here comes your higher self. Here comes your ancestors who are concerned with your highest good. Mm-hmm. Here comes the creator and the divine creator. Here, everybody is right there in your presence to help us. But if we don't say nothing, we don't get nothing. We just don't get nothing.
And here's the thing. Everybody already knows what has already taken place. They already know we've already flipped it back. We turned over the tables in the temple of the money changers, and everything is good now. Everybody knows that.
And that's what I'm ready for. I'm ready for what's mine, so I'm going after it.
That's a must.
Exactly. I'm going after it. So whatever is mine, which is basically everything, but I'm going after it.
Yeah.
It's mine, so I'm going after it. Islam, I yield.
Yeah. And all that Islam nobility.
Okay. I have a question, Empress.
Islam.
In regards to the bond. Now, on the lien release for property escrow property section of it. I'm doing a bond on the United States Corporation. Now, on the part that's up there that says residence, what should I state there in that flat there that says residence?
It says residence?
Yes, where it says residence.
What does your spirit say? Because I know your spirit is saying something.
Telling me United States.
Okay. Put that with competent intention, knowing that it's our living United States and not the dead debtor one, which is a U, not even a United States, it's a U.S. thing.
No, United States for America.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
My spirit was telling me what I wanted was to confirm with you.
Yeah.
and another question. Was all the bonds. Empress, enough respect to you. I've learned a lot from you since I've been here. And I really value your wisdom and I tend to keep learning. Yes. Another question, right? Now, yes. the bond that's related to the Postmaster General and the Post Office. Now, there's also a part of that bond that is the writ for entry to the United States ports.
Yes.
Right. Now, does that particular part that says for entry to the United States ports, does that also apply, includes on all bonds in general? Is it still in a part of all bonds, or was it just for the Post Office, Postmaster General?
It's for all bonds. And here, the United States is earthwide.
Okay.
It's all of the states united, all of the original indigenous ancient states united, all of us.
Okay.
So that means
gratitude, of love and respect,
Islam. And here's the thing about that too, nobility. You know, there were corpses attempting to create fear around a one world government, knowing that in the past they were enacting a one world government. We're the real one earth government.
Indeed.
And so we just keep working together and keep communicating, putting everything on the record, and doing all this amazing and awesome miracles according to the word. Yeah.
I study a lot, Empress, even 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Just a moment, nobility. Let me boot the little Islam. Go ahead, nobility.
Yeah, I'm up 1, 2, and 3 o'clock in the morning watching your videos and studying and doing. I'm still on the 40 documents, to be honest. And the more I go over them, is the more I see little things that I need to correct. So I'm still in the process. I want to make sure I get them 100% correct before I started to send them off. Because like you stated previously, if something is not correct, they'll find reasons to come back at you, and it's like you haven't did anything in the first place. So I want to,
like you haven't done anything in the first place, but your word still stands. You just have to add to it. You just have to add the part that you just add that part to it and send it out. And the moment you send it, the system responds.
Just continue to make corrections, right?
Yeah. So it's called the Grand Rising for that reason, for that very reason.
Yes. Indeed. So I'm studying and I'm working. I'm still studying and I'm still working. And I'll never stop. And I thank you again, Empress. My gratitude to you as always. Of love and respect.
Islam. Thank you, nobility, and we send you that same honor and respect straight from our heart. Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? Any other questions, comments, wisdom? Just a moment. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to go through the chat really quickly because I think someone was saying they sent something November 5th. Oh, the Empress who said that her solar return was November 5th. That is a powerful day, very powerful day. If you ever will to see what November 5th is about from an allegorical or anthropomorphic or a storytelling way, the way that our Grand Sheik talks about the Wizard of Oz, there's a movie called V, and it's about the corporate masks. So there's this guy who's pretending to be a hero with a mask on in the movie V. V means 5, and it's in the movie November 5th is Guy Fawkes Day. Remember the 5th of November. And it's about the corporate mask. And that's what all of that COVID stuff was about is, are we going to wear masks this time? The answer is no, unless we feel like wearing one. Because we can do what we will to do, but the answer is no. For the most part, we are being ourselves. We won't wear a mask, but we will use the tools. So the all caps name, if we choose to use it, we can use it, and no one else can if we say they can't. That's called, some say trademarking. It's a mark for trade, Islam. And that mark, if you allow animal husbandry to be done to create one that looks similar, and you start dancing to their tune, that's the mark of the beast. But when you create your own all caps, and you can set it aside and have it to rest and not do anything, okay? Or you can have it be out doing things. Either way, just knowing that it's not covering up who you are. The real you is here. Still, the real you is present and governing everything. That's what nationality documents are, is they state that anything that comes or goes on this land comes and goes through us and no other. Islam, nobility.
Islam, Empress. Another question, important one, before I forget. I'm also in the process of creating a birth certificate. Now, on the bond is asking for a birth certificate. It didn't say birth certificate, it says bond number. Now, I'm confused about something, and I want to make sure about this. Now, on my birth certificate, there are 3 numbers on the birth certificate, and I was confused about those 3 numbers. So what I did was I took the birth certificate down to the Register General Department where they issued it, and I presented the birth certificate to them, and I asked them to explain or distinguish these 3 numbers to me. Now, there is a number all the way on the top of the birth certificate, a series of numbers. They informed me that those are the file numbers. And onto the birth certificate, where it has the number 1, 2, 3 going down, I think it was the 3rd number, they said that one is the birth certificate number. It has 2 uppercase A and then 4 numbers. They said that's the birth certificate number. Now, down at the extreme bottom, there's a series of numbers in red. And they told me that those are the bond numbers. Yeah. Which I already knew those are the bond numbers. So now that the bond, the bond that goes with the lien and the levy is asking for a bond number. I'm confused if it's the two uppercase A with the 4 numbers, like you. I watched your video and you said that you converted those numbers, or is it the actual numbers at the bottom in red? That's the bond numbers. Is it asking for? Which one of those 2 numbers you? I want to make a clear distinction.
I leaned both. All of that is part of the lien. So when you do a lien or a levy or a bond, it's going to include all agents, principals, heirs, assigns, and any and all derivatives thereof of whatever person is being liened.
I'm aware. Yes, I'm aware of that. But the question was specifically relating to the bond itself, where it asks for a bond number. And I wanted us to know if it's the red numbers at the bottom, or is it the AA with the 4 numbers? So, which one of them?
So I would put the AA number first, and then I would put that second number as a sub number.
The red numbers. The red numbers.
Yeah, as a subsection of that number.
I and another more that agreed to it, but I said I'll mention it to you for further clarifications.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's confirmed. It's confirmed.
Yes. Indeed, nobility. I mean, and again, make sure you do a lien and a levy, on those.
Oh, I did. I did.
Yeah.
I did. I did. I already did lien and levy. I did. I'm now in the bond process.
Islam. Oh, you know what you're doing. What you're doing is creating that person and that wealth conveyance mechanism. You're creating it on the land instead of using the one that's lost at sea out there. That's offshore.
Indeed.
Oh, that's so powerful. And then we get to write how it's to be used. Well, of course we're gonna make ourselves the wealthiest people ever. Of course. And we're gonna have so much fun. Of course. We're gonna party. Woo.
Empress, I'm gonna make a vow. Whenever everything comes through and I'm on my feet fully, I'm coming to look for you. And I have to meet you in person. Empress, there is no words to describe, but I have to come and find you in person. It is a part of my goal.
Yes.
You and another more. It is 2 of you that I have to come and find. You are one of the 2 people.
Islam nobility, I'll be here. Or travel, but we'll find each other. We will do that. Because I'm in the territory too, as well. I have to come to the territory as well.
Okay. It's a great thing, Empress.
Indeed, nobility. Thank you.
Okay. Enough love. Gratitude.
No, baby, don't do that. Don't do that.
Justice Akil, what's going on over there? You and the babies, the children.
That's my niece.
We can hear her in the background. She sounds so cute. Islam.
Keep playing with the microphone. I gotta stop her. Come here, mommy.
She wants to participate in Congress. Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? I was going to give a little more. I will to say this. Justice Akil, I believe it was you who asked last week. The question was asked about other ways to obtain coinage without the use of debt notes. I am so glad you asked that question, because when we look at 12 United States Code 412, regarding gold certificates, let's take a quick look at that. Again, this is how to obtain coinage without the use of debt notes. Because, again, we're not using debt notes to get anything. We're turning that stuff in. Those who still have a sum left. Most people don't have any left anyway. Turn it in and get you some metal, some coins. But let's take a look at 12 United States Code for, I believe it was either 411 and 412. It's really both of them. But for this particular question, 412. Let's look at 411 and 412. Let's just take a quick look here at that. 12 United States Code 411, issuance to reserve banks and so on and so forth. The part that we're interested in here is where it says that those notes, let's just read it from the beginning because it's restated. I'll be restating it as we go. Federal Reserve notes, not debt notes, but just notes, to be issued at the discretion of us, the governors, for the Federal Reserve System, and again, they're talking about systems here, for the purpose of making advances to Federal Reserve banks through the Federal Reserve agents, as hereinafter set forth, and for no other purpose are authorized. So anyone that's passing out Federal Reserve debt notes is a Federal Reserve debt agent and a debtor themselves. Anyone who is passing out real money for the real money system is a real money agent and a creditor themselves. It says the said notes shall be obligations of the United States and shall be receivable by all national and member banks and Federal Reserve banks and for all taxes, customs, and other public dues. And this is the part. They shall be redeemed in lawful money. That means turn those Federal Reserve notes in, the debt notes, turn them into the mint, get you some coins on demand. Now, this is the part that's that we've restated as well. And for that, we will go to what we restated, which is right here. It says, the Federal Reserve notes shall be redeemed in lawful money by mandamus, by, for, with, and to the Treasury for the United States, located at Washington District for Columbia. That's here. So all we did was state that here is the real Treasury, but here is wherever you are too. We're just doing it for us to give you an example of what you should do, so that when you send your when those who will to turn the fiat in and not destroy it, we burned it, okay, because that's what we chose to do. We had the fiat burning ceremony. But for those who, and then we copied it and created fiduciary money with that. So for those who will be turning in the fiat and getting in packets of 24 fiat notes for the gold coins from the mint, you'll want to quote this. Create a one-page, 8.5 by 14 legal-size court action that simply states that this action is according to 12 United States Code 411, which states as follows. And then, as always, started with the court action language, and this is the statement. Federal Reserve notes shall be redeemed in lawful money by mandamus, by, for, with, and to the Treasury for the United States located at Washington District for Columbia. And then you can put your information there as well. Now, Washington District for Columbia, if you'll notice here, we put a post office code, not a zip code, because a zip code is not, that's not what this is about. We don't use zip codes. We've always had post office codes. Then we put that is at the United States, and this is the United States for America. The United States for America is a Moroccan Empire entity. Okay, that is what the United States is. A Moroccan, an ancient Moroccan Empire entity. That's what the living United States is. And then it has, you know, select shipping method. Even though you're not giving them fiat, you're going to give them, you're going to use these codes with your affidavit and send dollarium, or no, you'll be turning in the fiat. You still have to select the shipping method and all of that stuff in order to get it. And here's the thing: you don't select because you're doing this by affidavit. You don't have to select a shipping method. You just say ship to, and then you send and have them send it. And they can send it regular post office mailing to you. Regular post office mailing. Okay. And again, you're turning in the fiat. You're not buying anything with it, because you can't buy anything with it. But you can turn it in according to the law. The law says redeem in lawful money. Islam? And then what it says here also, again, Justice Akil was asking the question about ways to do this to obtain the coinage without the use of debt notes. 12 United States Code 412. Let's take a look at that one. So this is 411. Let's look at 412. 12 United States Code 412, and this says application for notes. But what do we send instead of sending an application or for applying for anything? What do we send? Anyone?
We send affidavits.
Islam. Now, did you all know that we could send affidavits and get lawful money? Except we had to create our own first, because the system we had to tell the system what lawful money is and then show the system what lawful money is. Now that we have injected into our system lawful money, the system can give that lawful money back. Application for notes, collateral required. That means you have to send something in order to get the notes, right? Now, we're not talking about dead and debt notes. We're talking to our system about real money. Any Federal Reserve Bank may send affidavits to the local Federal Reserve agent, which is all of us really, for such amount provided for as it may require. Okay. It says here, and we'll just go down a couple of sentences where to get to the point. The collateral security thus offered shall be, because you got to have some collateral to get the note. The collateral security thus offered shall be notes, drafts, bills of exchange, or acceptances acquired under those sections, or 373 of this title, or bills of exchange endorsed by a member bank of any Federal Reserve district, not Federal Reserve state or bank, it's the district, and purchased under the provisions of those sections of this title, or bankers' acceptances purchased under the provisions of said sections of this title, or gold certificates, I'll stop right there, federal, Moorish sovereign delarium gold receipts, Islam, or any obligations or anything signed by someone who has the authority to sign, that would be the collateral by which credits are issued, banking credits are issued, or anything of that nature. So all of this can be done without fiat. Anything, we can do everything. In fact, it's the law that things not be done with fiat. All we have to do is restate these United States codes, restate them. And we've done that. We've done it before. Are there any questions about how to do that? Just look at this code and then craft your affidavit accordingly. And then put your delarium and your fiduciary document in there, because it's telling you right here that you have to have something signed. It has to be endorsed, bills of exchange endorsed by a member bank of any Federal Reserve district. Okay? And when you're talking about titles and gold certificates and special drawing rights certificates, or any obligations which are direct obligations, etc., principles, etc., the United States, it has to be for us, the living United States, and not the dead one. You can't get anything from those frauds. You cannot. They don't have anything to give you but debt. Okay? And then down here at the bottom, it says collateral shall not be required for Federal Reserve notes which are held in the vaults of or are otherwise held by or on behalf of Federal Reserve banks. In other words, us holding our own notes, or our own money rather, our money is interchangeable with gold, silver, and of course, Moorish sovereign delarium. That's our money. But we can use them as vouchers. We can use them as notes. We can use them as whatever we will to use them in order to access our estate. We can't access anything dead. That's why if it's about a grocery store, you have to lien, levy, and bond that thing that was previously doing business as a grocery store, because that's not what that is. You have to make it and create it what it should be so that it accepts legal tender that is lawful. Because did you know legal tender has to be lawful first? It has to be lawful first. There's a question in the chat. Can we add our own self-stamped envelope or box as shipment for the coin? Can you? What does your spirit say? What does your spirit say? Islam. So that's the answer to the question.
Islam, I have another question.
Islam.
As it relates to exchanging or turning in the fiat for points. Now, does that apply to the Moors, the sleeping Moors? Would they have that ability as well?
They wouldn't. This is so far above their thinking capacity. They wouldn't even have the capacity to think this way.
That's what I was thinking.
Or else they would have done it by now.
Yeah. Okay, so, right, exactly. So then another question, okay, so that's out of the question for them. So then, what is set up for them? I don't know if that's actually the right term, but we all have to stand in our square. And we have the choice to wake up or remain asleep. So whichever one you choose, you still have to, there is a refining process, so you still got to go through what you got to go through. And that's just it. So you got to stand in your square. So there's no us saving nobody. Nobody's coming to save you, and definitely no Sky Daddy is coming to save nobody. That's not happening. So then if, as we move forward to, because things are shifting, they're definitely shifting. So then how are we to, and I may be answering my own question, so how are we to acquire airline tickets? So I think we still have to do the restatement. And then possibly you're going to send Delarium in with that as well. Is that correct?
Delarium can be used as notes, but we have to state it, and we have to put the airline, those acting as airline in the status of a real airline, because they just been acting up to now.
Okay.
And so when we put them in their proper status by lien, levy, and bond, they will accept whatever we give them.
Got it. Okay.
Silver, coins from the mint, coins that we, that we've minted, because we're the mint anyways.
So I'm hearing we have quite a bit of work to do, and we better get to work.
Yes, we have a lot of. See, for every part of the estate that we will to access, we have to speak to that part.
We got to speak to it, because we're not going to sit here forever, right? We want to move around. We want to fly. We want to go visit. We want to visit each other. So we got to make that happen. So we got to get started now if we have not, because there's just a whole lot of work. There's just a lot to do.
It's a lot of work, but Empress, the ancestors have given us grace. For example, when I traveled from here to Atlanta and back, they give us grace for all the things that we maybe have not written into the things and things like that. They give us grace for that. But then we have to keep moving.
We got to keep moving, and you are correct, because there are a lot of things that I'm doing, right? And we often have Congress ourselves, right? Meaning, with my higher self, the divine creator, and my ancestors who are concerned with my highest good, we often come together because they got to help me, and I talk to them like that. And sometimes I think I end up fussing, which is kind of hilarious to me, because I end up sounding like I'm fussing at them, because I'm like, okay, now we got to do such and such, so y'all come on. And I'm talking to them because we got to get it done. We got to do it. So I was trying to think if there was anything else. I think that was it, because I was really concerned how to kind of position the airline idea, because I know that we got to restate it, and how does the Delarium fit in, but you kind of cleared that up for me. I think I probably have to go back and listen now, because it's because it's in the restatement. So when we restate everything, and we let them know you're going to accept this for this.
Well, here's the thing: when you restate the policies by which by which travel happens, the system will do what it's supposed to do.
And I just got through thinking, but this thought just came to me. Okay, so you know how we're going to transition our regular checking account. We're going to transition that to a legacy account. So you actually putting delarium in there. So
let me, if I may clarify just the language. You are correct. Let me just clarify the language here.
Yeah.
You're going to lien the old contract. You're going to terminate the old contract, rather. Place a lien on anyone that was previously acting like they had control over the resource.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's almost like you're creating the resource brand new by creating a birth certificate for that resource, which is, an affidavit, the corporate the policy by which that resource operates, the funding mechanisms that resource accepts, and all of that. Okay, so you're really creating it anew by looking at the way the old one was set up and pulling from that.
And just for clarity's sake, you are saying you need to lien, levy, and bond that account.
You're leaning the old contract or those that were thinking they had some authority over it. You're leaning the offshore people, the lost at sea folks.
Right.
Persons, rather. You're leaning those persons. A levy is a possession mechanism. It means that I possess this resource.
Right.
It's no longer a dead instrument for them because that thing has been liened.
Right.
The levy is the possession of that which is real, true, and living. And then the bond bonds that which is real, true, and living to you because you're the land.
Okay. Okay. So then, with that being stated, I can still purchase my airline ticket.
Of course.
Because I just put delarium into my checking account. And now I'm going to pay for my ticket, and I can go wherever I want to go.
Yes.
Did everybody just hear what I said?
You absolutely can. And remember, pull the policy by which payment for tickets is done.
Yes.
Pull the policies by which bank accounts operate.
Yes.
And restate them so that they talk to each other.
You talk to each other. Oh, my word. Yeah, well, I'm so excited. I don't know about the rest of everybody else, but I am just so excited because, I'm seeing this with the third eye. First eye. My first eye.
And everyone has always known that we had the ability to do this, so they were always looking at us in the poor beggarly state going, they're the heirs and they over there like living like that.
Living like paupers.
And all because they won't wake up and talk to each other.
Yeah. That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar. Islam, I yield. Islam,
indeed. Make sure that the contracts start talking to each other, and that's something I'm putting into my memory banks as well. Make sure that the bank account talks to the airline, and the airline talks to the concierge, and all of that, and so that we have first class everything, the best of everything. And that talks to the hotel. It's easy to do. Just always add that this affidavit is the mandamus for all agents, principals, heirs, assigns, and any and all derivatives thereof for this for all that is done. We just include everything. You know what the ancestors told us about the work that we've been doing? They told us, as they were just affirming us and encouraging us to keep going. I'm going to put it on the screen because it's just so applicable. They said that we, here, let me put,
It's long.
They said we were too big to rig because we included everything in what we're doing. They said we were too big to rig. Islam. Because you know how as you're doing the things that you're doing, people used to come and say, "Ooh, so and so is an agent. Look at what they said. They trying to get y'all thrown off track and get you to go back to sleep and sell you into slavery and all this and that." We're like, we're not even worried about that. We know the system will do what systems do. Let's go ahead and be big and get every. You just make it so that everything that we do, all we have to do is make is correct and nurture the little foxes so that the vine is not spoiled. Because it's the little foxes that spoil the vine in the past. Now we know what the little foxes were. The little foxes were the letters, the numbers, the sounds, the signs, the sigils. We know that. Islam, Justice Kaftoon.
Yes, I was thinking about that word. What was that? You said the mass, right?
Yes.
And I was looking up that word, and it's in what do you call it? In-realm jurisdiction, or is that in-realm jurisdiction? This is what I came up with. It says the word person, in its primitive and natural sense, signifies the mask which actors who played dramatic pieces in Rome and in Greece covered their heads. These pieces were played in public places and afterwards in such vast amphitheaters that it was impossible for a man to make himself heard by all the spectators and later by all judges. Recourse was had to art. The head of each actor was enveloped with a mask, the figure of which represented the part he was to play, and it was so contrived that the opening for the emission of his voice made the sounds clearer and more resounding. What he says, when the name persona was given to the instrument or mask, which facilitated the resounding of his legal voice. The name persona was afterwards applied to the part itself, which the actor had undertaken to play, because the face of the mask was adopted to the age and character of him who was considered as speaking, and sometimes it was his own portrait. It is in this last sense of personage of the part which an individual plays that the word persona is employed in jurisprudence in opposition to the word man. When we speak of a person, we only consider the state of the man, the part he plays in society, abstractly, without considering the individual. That's very interesting, huh? About the mask. It had me think a lot about everybody going to vote, you know what I'm saying? And the mask.
Yeah. What were you reading, Nobility? What was that you were reading?
It comes from something, what is it, what's that? American jurisprudence in this in-realm jurisdiction. Yeah. It's
Wow. Wow. Yeah. In-realm jurisdiction. Wow. I just thank you for that, Nobility. That is interesting about the mask. I'm looking to see.
It seems like they only see the mask. That's the only thing they can see is the mask you're wearing, especially what's your name. I mean, it's like the mask they're talking to.
Yeah.
That's why we have to mask ourselves. We have to own the mask.
we actually have to take it off and put it back in the closet.
Right.
So,
you.
Islam ability. Let me see if I can move this up. Yep, I can. JKLM. I'm just looking I'm looking to see if mask is in the dictionary. QRS, mask. MAS. If it were in here, Maris, Nash. Yeah, if it were in here, it would probably be somewhere in here, and it is not. The word MAST is here, but the word mask is not in this dictionary. Okay, no worries. When you send your affidavits for coinage, always remember to state that what you receive and what you are accepting will be in specie. Okay, so turn in the fiat and send some dollarium so put again, they have to go together. Tell them you're turning in the fiat and you're sending dollarium for the coinage. We would ask, and this is as a matter of decorum, we would ask that any amounts of coinage that you send dollarium for, that it be an amount that you have the ability to protect. So don't send for $30 million in coins and you don't have the ability to secure it. Okay. So that is our suggestion for that particular demonstration. With that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom about any of the things that we have talked about thus far?
Yes,
we are coming to adjournment pretty quickly. Islam Empress.
Okay, so say that you do have some coins and you want to utilize it. So then we would use affidavit when we're or a lien when we're sending it out as a means of acquiring whatever items that we're trying to ascertain.
So you're saying if you already have coinage and you are sending for something, yes, sending out, putting a lien, a levy and bond on the public record for whatever it is that, like for if it's, let's say an automobile or something, a lien, levy and bond will have to be done. And the reason being is because they will act like a corpse until you let them know that they're not a corpse. And that's the way that you let commercial mercenaries, actors, know that they're not a corpse and that they actually have to abide by the law. But you don't have to do it every time. If you're doing things with them regularly, just do it one time. And then the rest of the time, you just send the fiduciary document or a copy of your nationality ID and your, whatever your spirit says aside from that.
Gratitude.
Islam. And I'll just say this in addition to that, Empress. There was a reason why people had coinage in the previous era and still couldn't go down to the grocery store with it. Because some people still had gold coins, silver coins, and things like that in their possession, and they could not go to the grocery store and use it. Because the grocery store was still acting as if they were a corpse. You know, we had Moors who were even selling silver and gold and could not take it down to the grocery store and do anything if they didn't do the right documentation. That is a financial matter, so it must be answered with money. And the Biblio says money answers all things. Because it does. Islam. Anyone else? Any other questions, comments, wisdom?
I have one.
Empress Amora, go ahead, and then Justice Willie after Empress Amora.
Thank you. It's a bit off topic, but not. Okay, so I had a video came across my scope, and it revealed that, say, if you eat eggs, if you know they're doing something to the eggs, right? Whether it be when you get it from Walmart, Aldi's, or something to that nature. Now, it's for those companies, we would need to lien, levy, and bond them to ensure that they are providing healthy eggs, and not eggs that after you boil it, it bounces back like it's like rubber. You know, the yolk. You know, I would imagine we'd have to do that.
You can do that, yes. If your spirit is saying to do that in order to get healthy eggs, then do it.
Islam, thank you.
Islam. Remember, and this is for everyone, remember how our parents taught us during the previous era to pray over our food? We are to break spells off of our food. Now, we're doing that already. We've done it already. It is a good idea to just remember, break the spell off the food. That's done by the documentation as well as the spiritual ritual. Yeah.
So
Islam, Justice Willie.
Yeah, that concept that the gentleman previously brought up is a very serious concept that I would like you to maybe take some time to discuss, to explore the in rem jurisdiction, because the whole concept is that refers to a legal concept where the court has authority over a particular item of property rather than over the parties involved in the dispute. So the term in rem comes from Latin, which means against the thing, so the property. Signifying that the action is directed toward the property itself, not the person. And then you have, it says, key elements in rem jurisdiction, property as the focus. It says in rem jurisdiction is typically used when the dispute involves a specific piece of property and the court's decision is intended to affect the property itself. This could involve issues such as ownership, title disputes, or lien against the property. And it says no need for personal jurisdiction. Unlike personal jurisdiction, which requires the court to have authority over the individuals involved in a case, in rem jurisdiction can exist without the court having jurisdiction over the people involved. as long as the property is within the court's geographic reach. And then it talks about types of cases, admiralty or maritime cases. In rem jurisdiction is often used in admiralty law, where courts have jurisdiction over vessels or cargo, or even if the owner of the vessel is not within the jurisdiction. Then you have property disputes.
Jurisdiction. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it can also, Carl was coming in, yeah. It says property disputes. It can also apply to disputes over real estate or personal property, especially when the property is located within the court's jurisdiction. Then it says forfeiture and liens. For example, in cases involving forfeitures of property due to illegal activities like drug trafficking, or cases where liens are placed on property for unpaid debts. Procedure. A typical interim action involves bringing the property itself before the court. You hear that? Bringing the property itself before the court, often through the filing of a notice of seizure of the property. The court then adjudicates the rights to that property, and its ruling affects the property regardless of the owner's location. And I could go on. So it's a very interesting thing that we need to look at, and which is why I said earlier, this is what they do. When you buy a property, they show that is the living man buys it. But as soon as they transfer it to the all caps, where they have jurisdiction or in rem jurisdiction over the property. So technically, when they are ruling and kicking people out of their house or of their land or whatever, they are operating on in rem jurisdiction on the land. Yeah. So it's something to think about. That is why I say we have to make sure we control not just our status, but to fix that part of it as well. Yeah, I yield.
Islam. So to simplify that, where is the automobile? I'm going to just put something on the screen here. Islam nobility.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that a little bit more about in realm jurisdiction. As here it says, so all courts are familiar with the action and persona against persons. It is the action in realm, REM, against things which are practiced only in maritime law, strictly operates in every civil and criminal court. This principle is one of the least understood in its entirety. In realm jurisdiction over a man or woman can only exist if the man or woman is a slave, property, or res, an object, in which case he or her disposition at law is no different than if he or she were a horse or other goods. You hear that? That's coming from American jurisprudence.
I can barely hear you because it was a little bit, I don't know about you all, but it was a little bit distorted. But I heard enough to...
Let me clear that. Hear now?
Islam?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to repeat that. So all courts are familiar with the action and personam against persons. It is the action in realm, REM, against things which though practiced only in maritime law, strictly operates in every civil and criminal court. This principle is one of the least understood in its entirety. In realm jurisdiction over a man or a woman can only exist if the man or woman is a slave, i.e. property, or res, an object, in which case his or her disposition at law is no different than if he or she were a horse or other goods.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's saying about that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's you know, in reality, that is that has been our focus the whole time. The focus of nationality, Noble Willie.
That's it.
The focus of nationality, Noble Willie, is to state that you are, it is to state your location. You're not offshore or lost at sea. You're not out there lost at sea. You're on the land. Then, when you put the property in trust and you give each piece of property a birth certificate. What's a birth certificate? It's a certificate of recordation, recording it into your trust. That this is real property. This is not fake property, and it's not property for actors to come and try and get.
Yeah, it's not real estate. It's property, and because they use these names to mess us up, you know. These guys, man. The real estate is not what we're to call our property. It's private property. Because if you say real estate, you're saying that it is in their jurisdiction because that's their creation. But it's not really real estate. It's private property, and that's a big difference.
That's absolutely. Now that would be the case if we were in the same quote unquote jurisdiction as they are in. Okay, if we were in the same jurisdiction as them, then we might need to make those distinctions, but we're not. Let's just show why we're not in the same jurisdiction. Because, see, at our jurisdiction, and this document is called the fiduciary document. This is a fiduciary document for Empire State of Morocco's United States. Okay, not a dead United States. It says it right there. Empire State of Morocco. Just one moment. Let me put it on the screen because it's not trying to be on the screen right now. Just a moment. Let me make sure it's on the screen. Preview. Just a moment. So this document right here that we've pulled up is the fiduciary document. It is a universal, sovereign, original, indigenous, ancient, natural, divine, Empire State of Morocco, United States fiduciary, trustor, trustee, attorney with facts, truth, law, evidence, and intention document. It is a court action because that's why the court action language is there. And what this document states is that anything, any word, anything with any letters or any numbers or any signs or sounds or sigils at all, anything that has those things, any one of those characteristics, no matter the style, no matter the font, no matter the color of the ink, none of that, no matter whether it is capital or capitalized or all lowercase or whatever, no matter what it is, this document states that we govern it.
Yeah, Islam, I love that document. Yeah, that's it. You're right on point with it.
It's one of my favorite ones that the ancestors inspired us to create, because we found out that the low energies had made a deal, and the lower energy said, if you give me the contracts, all contracts, if you give me all contracts, you can have everything else. You can have all the property and all of that stuff. Give me the contracts and you can have the property. You can have the whole earth if you just give me the contracts. Well, the lower energies knew that they could write all the stuff back over to them. They knew that all they had to do was take ownership of the letters. So that's why on every land patent, it talks about not land patents, it talks about letters patent. On every land patent, it uses that one little term called letters patent. Letters patent means whoever is writing this owns the letters, the words, and everything that pertains to it. So this document is one of the documents that we have created that lets us know that we are too big to rig, because they only existed on paper. That's where all that fraud existed, on paper. They had to use letters and numbers and signs and sounds and sigils. And we say sounds because they were talking. So we said, no, we own all of that. All of that's ours. And then all we have to do now, everyone, more, is just write everything back to us. Just write it back on over. Write, W-R-I-T-E, and write, R-I-G-H-T, are the same word. You have rights because when you write them. Period. If I were to use an anthropomorphic story or a children's story, that's what anthropomorphic is all about. It's about telling children's stories in order to get people to understand something. And I don't have to do that with you all. I'm doing this for anyone else who might hear this. To use an anthropomorphic story, the devil, he wanted the word. Because remember, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word is God. The devil wanted the words. He said, if I can just get the words, I'll have them. Because all they do is they live by the word. So let's fake the ancient records and call them a registration. Let's fake those. Let's write a Bible, quote unquote. We'll use black ink and capital letters instead of the red letter edition Bibles that the Moors wrote. The red letter Bible, remember those? Where all of the words of Christ were in red? And they said, and every time in the fake devil Bible, they would just capitalize the Lord, or capitalize God, or capitalize Jesus, or words, or Savior, or whatever. They would capitalize it. So all we're doing is and this is document, I believe, this is document number 4 of the 40 documents. It's so important because it says that no matter what it is and no matter what affidavit it is, affidavits giving credit, capital, credence, advice, mark and reprisal, patent, testamentary, bills for attainder, bills of exchange, all other judicial banking affidavits, permissions, legations, delegations, all of that. We own all of that. And then we went to the Bible. Justice Willie, you talked about the Bible. We went to the Bible, and in Job 32nd chapter, verses 21 and 22, we restated that even. Because the Bible, and see, people don't realize this, but we do. The Bible has all the words and all the anti-words. So in one place, the Bible will, or a couple of places, the Bible will say, do you not know that you are gods? It will say that in a couple of places. Psalms and John in the Bible will say that, know you not that you are gods? And then in another place, it'll say, you're the scum of the earth and you need to be saved. The reason the Bible is written that way is so that we can choose which one of those we want to be. We get to choose. It was Yeshua who said, is it not written in your law that ye are gods? They had to write it in their law for it to even be true. Yeshua couldn't even debate that until Yeshua started writing laws. Yeshua told them what was in their law. Is it not written in your law that ye are gods? And they was acting like the scum of the earth. So that's what they got. They got the reward of the scum of the earth. Job 32nd chapter, verses 21 and 22 state that we do not accept any man's person, neither do we give flattering titles unto man, for we know not to give flattering titles. Therefore, the maker of false titles is hereby bound and cast into outer darkness for eternity, never to rise again. We get to write the Biblios according to our will. That's why there are so many versions of the Biblios out there that it's just, you can't even count them all. Let's go here just briefly and just show you. Let's go to one of these, this one. And look at how many versions of the Biblios it is. Right over here. Look at all these different versions of the Bible. Right over here. You know what this means? This means that everybody was writing a Bible. Look at all these different versions.
May I?
Yes, Islam.
Right. So we have what is called transliterations, which is a translation from the original translation. So, for instance, the Old Testament was written in Hebrew, but then it was translated into other language. Then other people start translating it into other interpretations, and hence we have transliteration. So, just the same way the New Testament was written in Koine Greek, most of it, and today we have various versions, but the original New Testament was written in Greek, so it was translated in Greek from Greek to, let's say, English or whatever. But today we have many different versions, as you stated, but those are just transliterations. This is from a copy of a copy then, you know. Yeah. So
and how were the people even supposed to know which is which? How were the people supposed to know unless they write their own?
Well, the whole thing is you have to go back to the original transcripts. What were they written in? That's the question to be asked. And archaeologists are the people who have dug and found out that these scriptures, which was written over a period of say 1400 years by about 40 different authors, various professions, various parts of the world, but they were basically saying the same thing, and they put it together. And each time, like when they discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls, it was just confirming what others have said. So that is why the Bible has a general theme. And the general theme is in unison with all the other authors. So even though they may vary a little based on their culture and their talking and the way of doing things, but the overall theme remains consistent throughout from Genesis to Revelation, right?
This right here, these two sentences right here, let me just, because I just will to make a point really quickly about what you stated. Yeah. When you talk about transliterations and you talk about people translating things and transliterating things and going according to culture and blah, 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 that means that they make it say what they want it to say. That's really what you're saying. And if I transliterate this wrong way, then that means that I'm the slave. If I transliterate it a different way, that means I own a slave. It's big different. It's a huge difference.
All right, allow me to give you a simple everyday example. You, me, and how many people, the 50 people that you have online, we were standing at various part of an intersection, ready to cross the road or going about our business. Then we, boom, everybody look, they saw an accident. Then everybody began to report to the police. When the police come on the scene, they're eyewitness to the accident. Now, if you should read from all those 10 people,
of course,
describe as the accident that took place, you'd be
wondering,
be different. Did we all see the same accident? But
exactly.
Guess of the day, they all agreed that there was an accident. That's the bottom line.
Yes,
but
that's we agree.
Right, but the various reports of the accident was very to the point that you're wondering, are these all seeing the same accident based on their style of remembering and reporting things? But like I said, bottom line, though, in the Bible is that there's one theme throughout. However, it's expressed by different people, different authors in different ways. Yeah.
What's the theme? Let me ask you, what's the theme?
Well, the theme, and that's a good question, is that there was war in heaven, and the war was about power and control. There was a being who coveted the throne of God and wanted to take over God's throne, so he ensued with a war, and 1/3 of the angels took side with him, who was Lucifer, a son of the light and truth, a beautiful being. However, he became covetousness was found in his heart, and hence he went around, he deceived 1/3 of those angels, and they started a war. But the Bible says they were kicked out of heaven, they were kicked down here, and God created man. God put man to a test and said, don't touch the tree of good and evil, because I don't want you to experience a world of good and evil. I want you to experience only good. However, the enemy came by, which was the same that one that was kicked out, and he said to them, did God say this would happen, that would happen to you? Don't believe him. You would be like him if you touch. Your eyes will be open. You'll know good and evil. So they obeyed him, and hence it was a test. So they failed.
That's a long thing. I'm just asking for the basic thing.
So the overall thing, well, I have to give some background. The overall thing is that there would be somebody now who, even though the first Adam messed up, the second Adam, which was Yeshua, would come and fix things for humanity and then reconcile them back to the original status where they belong, which is oneness with the Creator. Yeah.
So who better, and this is not a question, this is a statement, who better to bring them back to the original but the original? That's a statement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
Who can direct us back to the original but the original? Perfectly said. Only the original can do that. Only the original. It's like the difference between real estate and property and the estate.
Mm-hmm.
Only the originals can do that.
Mm-hmm. You're perfectly correct.
So let me say this about that too. Somewhere along the way, someone who was not original wrote themselves in. Someone who was not original wrote themselves in. So I'm looking at Matthew, the first chapter. It is the genealogy of Jesus Christ. And this is just something to think about. I'm just pointing to it. Just think about it. Because we can't have this discussion tonight for real. Anytime there is one chapter, and they title the chapter The Genealogy of Jesus Christ, and they start naming Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and so on and so forth. But then they say in verse 12, now, Jesus wasn't born yet. They just named some things. But then in verse 12, they say, and after the deportation to Babylon, then they start naming some others, Shealtiel and Zerubbabel and Eliakim, and so on and so forth. And then it says, and then Mason, the father of Jacob, and Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom Jesus was born, who is Christ. But they haven't come out of Babylon yet. They're still deported to Babylon. So then what is this chapter saying about that? It's saying something that these folks was made in Babylon. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing in the Bible. Okay? So that's just something for people to think about. I'm just reading the Bible. Okay? So that's just something for people to think about. And for us, we are the ones who have to write everything about us for this very reason. Because other people's interpretation is going to be what it's going to be. We're not even going to argue with other people. We are going to we're going to speak for ourselves. It's not a matter of where they say somebody was born or not born and all of that. We have the say over ourselves and everybody in our world. Period. People's perception of Matthew, the first chapter, which starts the new, quote unquote, New Testament, people's interpretation of that is going to be different. Because some people are just looking for affirmation for what they believe and what they've been taught and what they've been doing. Other people are saying, look at what it says there and interpret it of your own. And then there's this other group of us.
If I may.
That say, no matter what it says, we're going to make it say what we will for it to say. I yield the floor.
If I may, just to say that the whole idea behind the genealogy is to show the line that Jesus came through, or Yeshua came through. And that is the whole essence, in a nutshell, of what the scripture is trying to point out, that he was coming from along a line that you can trace back historically to that. That's because, there's a lot of people who don't even believe that there was a man who is called Yeshua, or they translate his name, I don't know how to get Jesus Christ out of Yeshua, but they did, right? But the whole point of the story is trying to see that historically, as you look at the history of the Bible, because the Bible is a book of prophecy, history, poetry, songs, etc. Right? No. But I'm just, you made a point, so I'm just trying to establish that there's a reason for it. Why we go into all of that is just so that we can trace the same way you would trace your ancestry.
Yeah.
If only you and I could trace all our ancestry, go all the way back to, as many years as the human beings are alive, that would be powerful, isn't it? So the Bible did that.
I can do that. I can do that. I know who my ancestors are. All the way back since before time, I know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them. I know who they are.
But can you come up with the names of each of your mother, father, mother, go all the way back?
I sure can, all the way back to before Noah.
Okay.
I can go all the way back to before Genesis. I can do that.
Okay. Awesome.
All I would have to do is I already have back many generations. All I got to do then is connect them to what's in the Biblios, because it's really not as old as people think it is. The Nicene Council is not that old. It's not. My blood and our blood goes back to before there was blood. And I can trace it. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. In fact, it's very easy. Very easy. And at some point, later on down the line, maybe some years from now, we'll present that all the way back to all the way back. So far back that people can't even see back that far sometimes. It's not difficult. See, all of that stuff was hidden and they tried to throw it up like a Jenga pile falling down. No, it's simple. It's not difficult. Not difficult at all. I know exactly where I came from. Exactly. I know where my mother came from. I know where my mother's mother came from. All of that. I have a matriarchal wall here at my domicile that goes back quite a few generations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. I still have to go up way higher than that. And I have the information. But anyway. For you
generation? How long for you is a generation?
A generation is from mother to child for us.
Okay. Well, it's usually recognized as 40 years.
Because, and some would say 40 years. For us, for me, it's less than that because I had my daughter when I was 27. For some, it's 15 because they had their heir at 15. And for others, it's 30 because they had their heir at 30. So a generation will differ according to estates. Different estates have a different definition for that, but the estates have the authority to write it. And that's why we write our own everything, because our interpretation of it is going to be according to our estate. We can't have anybody else Babylonianizing our estate. We're just not going to do it. That we're not going to do. We don't let Babylonian courts speak into our estates at all. We don't let Babylon, no. Because, see, the word Babylon really is about babies, too. It's about, because the word is baby land. That's really what Babylon is baby land. People who are minors have to have somebody speaking for them. That's what Babylon really is. And that's why babies babble. But you got some babies now coming out, and by 2 and 3 and 4 years old, they're speaking like we do.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And in conclusion, this statement that's on the screen, these statements that are on the screen, one false move on the misinterpretation or the transliteration, and folks are in a mess. Either they're a hero or they're a victim.
True.
I'll give you one final example that really just changed my whole world, really, when I heard this. One final example of this. It says, there are several scriptures in the Biblios that talk about Jesus Christ or Yeshua being the firstborn from the dead. Firstborn from the dead. That can be interpreted. Somebody might have transliterated that wrong. So we have, again, I'm not saying whether it's wrong or right. What I am saying, though, what I am stating is that we must be the writers, the authors, and the finishers of our own faith. We must be. Or else someone, because if we accept somebody else's transliteration, everything that we thought was alive will appear to be dead, and everything that we thought was dead will appear to be alive. And that's all we're stating. We're not here to convince anyone of anything. We're here to just put the facts out there. And again, one false move on somebody's part or one false agenda on someone's part, and then they got themselves a slave. A happy slave at that. So we just don't do it. Having stated that, I noticed on the public record in conclusion of this beautiful Congress, thank you, Justice Willie, as well.
No worries. Thank you.
You're welcome, nobility, and we're glad you're here, by the way.
Thank you.
They have the actors, many of the actors who were never known for praying are going on. They're enacting, praying to God to rescue, to save the Republic. It kind of makes you wonder, what are they talking, what are they seeing? What's telling them that the Republic is in trouble? This is the actors known as Jordan Peterson and Russell Brand, and they are, of course, talking about Washington, D.C. Okay, so they know this is again. Everyone knows the status of everything and everyone. Everyone knows. It's not hidden. It's not a mistake. All the actors know they're actors, and we know we're awake. So with that being stated, is there anything further from this amazing Congress? By the way, we sent some mailing out, and the mailing came back to us. We sent the mailing out, And this is the tracking number for the mail that we send out really quickly. This is our tracking number right here, ending in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nines. Okay. When the mailing was sent back, the tracking number was revised, and they used our tracking number to send the mail back. This is our tracking number. They used our tracking number to, so in other words, there's kind of like an affirmation on the restating things and restatement, and their ability to mimic or copy. And we showed you this document about a little while back. Again, that we took. This one was another command that we had sent to the Mint, but they have already done what we told them to do. So this came back. So we corrected it, of course. But again, when we looked at the registration and saw what was done, the original information for the original tracking number, which we created the original tracking number, that information was not there. It was only the information from their restatement or revising of that number and using it for their own purposes. That's all that was in the system. So it was a complete flip of what we've been doing. A complete flip. If this had been turned around the other way, we would say that we restated the tracking number. But this let us know we have the authority to restate tracking numbers as well. So just be aware of that, Moors. Okay? And again, they do know that we are the Treasury, and everything belongs to us. So we've created a financial loop and an authoritative and a legal loop that cannot be penetrated, in or out. Islam. And here in conclusion, as you've heard the term as fake as a $2 bill, as fake as a $2 bill.
Empress.
Islam. Islam, nobility.
This is Amani. Would you, Empress Amani, will you, because I'm somewhat confused on them, and I may be using the wrong term, restating our tracking number. What are they trying to accomplish when they do that?
It's just an affirmation. They did it in black instead of in green, right? They're just affirming that we are who we state that we are, and they did not use our certified mailing receipts. They just stuck something on there saying certified mail. It was a sticker.
Got it. Okay.
This is to us. This is an acceptance of our authority.
Okay. So then there's really nothing to do. It's just be aware. What's that?
Yeah. We don't have to do anything. We're aware that our authority has been what it should be.
Okay. Islam, are you?
Is what it should be. Islam.
When I see this, like you said, it's them accepting our authority and also using our DeLorean. Because we all know that anything we send out with DeLorean in it or stating that is DeLorean, it is actual, what's the word I'm looking for? It's the actual transfer.
Yes.
And this shows you that they agree to the transfer of power.
Yeah.
So this is them signaling us, because remember that we all are in the add-up chamber. This is the add-up chamber operations of communication between master and subject, taking it back to circle 7.
Yes, indeed. That's chapter 29, my favorite chapter of the Circle 7. But I will point this out also. When the system typed this address right here even, we are in capitis diminutio minima, and they are in all capital letters in the upper left corner. That means that we have more authority, that we're not a corpse. But then we had to, I did the spell everything out. I went and had to correct it because it still wasn't right. But then again, they're not competent to speak to us like that. You know, they're not competent to do it. We have to fix and correct everything, you know. So this is an acknowledgement of our own, you know, of our authority as well. And we're aware of that. And they left theirs in black, even though when you send something certified, it's supposed to be in this proper way with the green seal and the green and white and black certified mail receipt, not some typed on stuff. Islam.
I wanted to point out another thing that I've seen, that they address you as the Treasury.
Of course. Of course.
Again.
We are Treasury, and they didn't put the word subject there like we put subject here. On ours, we put subject, Ventress, Gibson, and Robert somebody there. And again, you know, they're using black ink, and we're using the real certified mail process.
Islam. And it's one thing I just noticed too. That's the system just speaking to the, because they can't speak directly to us. They can only speak to the paperwork, which is what we are conveying. Because conveyance is paper, your vessel going in and out of ports.
Islam, I have a quick question.
Yes, Islamic.
So with them returning this mail item back to you, if they were to return it with all caps, are we to correct them, or does it even matter since we own all the letters?
You don't necessarily, so the way that you correct them is keep doing what you've been doing.
Okay.
That's how you correct everything, is you keep being yourself.
Oh, okay.
Each individual event does not necessarily have to be rebutted, because you're rebutting everything all at once by continuing to be yourself. Continue to send out your affidavits, continue to state who you are, continue to use the government mailing process and all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the first one and like the only one that came back in years, actually. In years. And it's because of what was in it, and that's cool, that's good. It just means that that what we sent to them, they had already done. So they were just saying, we've already done this. Islam. Finally, we saw an albino squirrel in our yard. It meant something to us, for those who are animal Moors. When I say animal Moors, Moors who look at the animals and get signs and sigils and signals from the animals and from nature. When you go out and you look at the trees and the animals and they speak to you, we saw an albino or a white squirrel. That's what a squirrel looks like. We adjourn at this time, and we will reconvene again and meet again on Sunday, 7 sleep cycles from today at this same time on the same platform. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Islam, grand rising.
Peace and energy.
Peace and energy.
Islam. Grand rising, peace and love. Good work, Moors. Good work, Moors. Much gratitude for my irrigation too. Islam, gratitude.
Islam. Thank you. You are shiny today.
Islam, Empress. Thank you so much.
Islam, Empress, before you go.
Peace and love.
The white squirrel, I just looked it up. The white squirrel, it means that there can also be signs of divine protection and purity, reminding you to find inner calm.
Oh, I love it.
So
beautiful.
I just wanted to share that with you. Yeah, just something told me to look it up.
Yeah, thank you. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Islam.
Islam.
We will adjourn in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and see you in 7 waking cycles. Islam.